Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake. Joining me today, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Maggie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It doesn't feel like a good morning sentiment-wise, but we'll see. Stock futures lower, U.S. stock futures lower after what was a pretty nasty close Wednesday. Everyone is watching what appears to be an escalation in the Middle East, with Iran threatening oil infrastructure throughout the region, with oil and gas prices higher. Brent briefly touched 119. I felt like this sentiment swing was just getting underway when we were all on sort of watching the FOMC and talking about the FOMC, but it really started to intensify a little bit in the afternoon. And so it'll be interesting to see the carryover, if there is, today. It certainly looks like that negativity is pulling through. Shai, what are you watching headline-wise this morning?
All right, well, let's catch up on oil first thing, of course, right? So Iran is warning, obviously, retaliation for the gas field attack to continue. What happened overnight is a drone fell on an Aramco Exxon refinery, the defense ministry said, saying the damage was being assessed. Also, one of the operational units at Kuwait Petroleum Corporation's refineries was targeted by drones, resulting in fires at two sites. Qatar state oil giant Qatar Energy said that the Iranian missile attacks on Ras Laffan, the site where the country's core LNG processing operations are, caused extensive damage. And the UAE shut gas facilities after intercepting missiles early on Thursday. So quite a lot happening in the oil industry. Now, Trump did say yesterday no more attacks will be made by Israel. And it sounded like kind of a de-escalation, except for then later he posted that if Iran continues its strike on Qatar's LNG assets, the U.S. will, quote, massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. Apparently that did not please Iran, and we had ensuing attacks overnight. Now, the U.S. military is weighing possible military reinforcements as the war enters a new phase. The options include deploying thousands of more troops to secure the safe passage for tankers through the strait, and possibly sending boots on the ground to Iran's Karg Island. As you know, that's the hub for 90% of Iran's oil exports. No decision has been made on that, but that would mark a major escalation if so. Moving on to the tech sector. So interesting, we had another company that reported blowout earnings, Micron, and yet their shares dropped more than 4% as the chip makers plan for heavier capex spending unnerved investors. And we've kind of been talking about that. They plan 2026 capital spending by $5 billion. That would bring total investment for the current fiscal year to more than $25 billion. And they also added that they would that spending would rise again in 2027. Aside from the fact, again, earnings blew doors off, investors weren't happy about that, and shares are now trading lower by about 4%. And then we had Alibaba, I just like saying that. Sorry. They also reported, and they posted a 2% rise in sales for the 3 months that ended in December, just shy of the average projection, but net income plummeted 67% due to their capital spending and lack of profit. So again, just something to keep an eye on in the tech sector as we get earnings underway again. Then we had the BOJ met. They kept the rate high. They kept rates steady, but they did keep an April rate hike on the table after a hawkish hold. We did see a big move in the yen on that news, so it looks like they don't have to intervene in the currency right now. But we were getting to those levels that make the BOJ uncomfortable, nearing 160. That's USD JPY. So we did have a move down in that, and then S&B also was a hold overnight, but they reinstated their resolve on the franc as they held their rates at 0. So they said a rapid and excessive appreciation of the Swiss franc poses a risk to price stability, and to counter this risk, our willingness to intervene in the foreign exchange market has increased. So if you are trading the Swiss franc, be careful on that, because we could see an intervention, and that would be a swift move. And then moving on, for data today at 8:30 a.m., we have initial jobless claims, continuing claims, and Philly Fed business outlook. At 10, we have new home sales and wholesale inventory. So kind of quiet on the data. Initial jobless claims, of course, will be interesting. Everybody's looking if the labor market continues to deteriorate.
I don't know if I can recover from Baba. You sort of turned, it was like very Muppet-esque, shy, which I love. And I don't know, is there someone with AI that can do that? That would be fantastic. I love it. And everyone was echoing you. People were echoing you in the chat, except they held the A longer. There's such an interesting mix of stories. I mean, we've got to start with the war situation, right? Craig, we talked about this. You have been tweeting about this, about the risk that this could drag on and that the U.S. can't just unilaterally decide it's over, and the sort of complexities. Is the market starting to come to terms with the idea that there's no easy off-ramp? Is that the sentiment shift we're seeing? Or, is it just bouncing around in volatility? Because if it is, I'm not sure we've seen the sort of selling and capitulation that you might expect if people are really wrapping their heads around the fact that this may drag on for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday afternoon you asked me if I thought that investors were being overly complacent about the current backdrop, given the geopolitical uncertainty. And in a word, I said yes. And I still largely believe that. And I think we're seeing some signs that maybe they're getting a little less complacent over the course of the last 20 hours or so. But look, the geopolitical uncertainty remains. The off-ramp for the administration is not easily identifiable at this point. Clearly yesterday, as activity attacking energy infrastructure on both sides ratcheted up the everything. We saw overnight the European natural gas prices opened up, I think, 25 or 30%. They've since, come back down a little bit. They're still up double digits on the day. Clearly, Europe is in a precarious situation with their energy import situation. Asian energy import prices are going to be going through the roof as well. And so I think what's been going on is, as I've talked about, the expiry flows for this week kept the markets complacent, kept the markets pinned to a large degree. Some of that support left the board yesterday morning with the VIX expiry, and more of it will leave the board tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon with the index and single stock expiries going off the board. So you kind of lose some of that dealer buyback flow. And that allows the market to trade a little bit truer to what the fundamental reality is. And the fundamental reality is energy prices are going through the roof. The supply chain is largely closed for upstream commodities for big parts of the world. And the Fed told you yesterday that they are upgrading their assessment of where they think inflation will be at the end of the year, and they actually took up growth expectations. And so to me, that means the bar for them to be cutting rates actually is higher. We've moved out now to December rate cut expectations now are only, I think, 8 or 9 basis points. We're getting close to zero here. I think it's going to be very difficult to see that go positive, because I think in the Trump administration, we're never going to see a rate hike. But to see that the markets have completely priced out basically all interest rate cuts this year into a very uncertain macro setting with a deteriorating labor market, to me, that's a big concern. I think that's largely going to be eventually construed as a policy mistake. The Fed, probably will be looking to add accommodation at some point later this year as the labor market slows and the supply chains slow, the uncertainty slows the economy. But right now markets are kind of going through that process, digesting it, and I think that's the risk-off sentiment that's growing, and I think that's likely to continue now between now and the end of the quarter amidst all that uncertainty, because I don't see the obvious taco, right? I don't see the obvious ability for the administration to engineer its way out of this. Israel and Iran both have a say at the table, and really at this point, neither one of them seems to want to calm things down.
Yeah, and of course, the departure of the senior counterintelligence person raised questions about whether the U.S. is driving or whether Israel's kind of, creating a path and the U.S. is responding. There's huge pushback to that, but I think that's raised the specter as well. Tracy, interesting about the Fed, because what they should do, what they will do. Some people pointing out the fact that the Fed seemed to look through some of the immediate. They didn't really comment on war, and they kind of were posturing that some of it may be temporary, hard to know. But they also brought up tariffs, and some people think Trump did that to sort of make it more difficult. Like if there is some sort of resolution, we see energy prices come up. Like that's not the only risk to inflation. We also have tariffs to consider. But everything changes if Warsh comes in, right? Or no?
That is what people are expecting for certain, because he is Trump's guy. Trump wants rate cuts. The problem is going to be, if Powell does stay, because he did say, he actually answered the question at the presser that I didn't think he would answer, that he is going to stay until the case is dropped. And that's going to cause a little bit of a problem for Warsh/Trump, because, he will still, he's been the Fed chair. He's got a lot of ears in the Federal Reserve, and still a lot of pull. So that could pose a problem. Also, I think, I think you're still going to have dissent within the Fed, and I think that it's if we start to see inflation take up much higher, which it looks like it already is starting to do that this year, it's going to be really difficult to convince everybody to cut rates immediately. So even though there'll be a lot of pressure on him from the president, of course, but that also raises the question of the Fed's independence, right? So
yeah, it's actually a stroke of genius on Powell's part, because if his leaving depends on the investigation, it's pretty easy to make that go away if you're Trump and you want to get rid of him. I mean, at least somebody figured out an exit strategy on something, and it might have been Powell who won that mantle yesterday. Jim, in terms of what you're looking at in markets, I saw a lot of people mentioning in that sort of sell-off in the latter part of the day yesterday that it looked like we broke through some levels that people were keeping an eye on. The 200-day moving average, I heard a lot of people talk about that. What are you watching?
Yeah, I'll show that on the Edge report. Yeah, we did break through that 200-day simple moving average on the E-mini S&P as an example, and several other stock index futures, which is a big deal. But today it's a risk-off day today. I mean, equities are down, crypto's down, bonds are down, metals are down. The only thing that's up is energies right now. And the interesting part about this kind of risk-off thing in this war environment is that there's no flight to quality. People aren't jumping into bonds. People aren't jumping into gold. People aren't jumping into Bitcoin. I mean, we're out of the market till the dust settles. We're going to put our money in our pocket and wait. That's what it looks like is happening right now across the board, and I don't see an end to it just yet. But you're right to point out that 200-day moving average was a buzzkill.
Yeah, we are really seeing gold and silver down sharply. Craig, that continues to surprise people, I think.
No, for sure, me as well. I mean, the less so silver, but certainly for gold. Would have thought you'd see flights into gold as a flight to safety type dynamic here amidst the war. But I think maybe what you're seeing is, as foreign countries are being forced to pay up for energy imports and they're selling assets, they're selling treasuries, perhaps they're selling gold in order to raise cash in order to buy more expensive energy. I think that dynamic's in play. I think the precious metals trade probably got over its skis, crowded on the long side as well. So positioning, is being unwound and delevered there too. So, but look, I think ultimately as we get a risk-off scenario developing here and potentially accelerating, eventually you're going to start to hear talks about, money printing again and expanding balance sheets and what can the government do, what can the Fed do. That will bring back in the idea that gold is a store of value, is a flight to safety. So I'd be looking for gold to try to find a floor here at some point, but no sense stepping in yet. It is interesting though that gold and silver are really underperforming equities, right? I still think for me equities are the most the most obvious underweight at this point. It just seems like things have been held up kind of. I'm not going to, unnaturally is like not the right word, but there's been a flow. There's been a flow dynamic in place there that we've talked about, ad nauseum here for the last couple of weeks about quarterly expiry and options expiry and how important the systematic flows are and the dealer buybacks are into quarterly expiry periods here. And as that goes away, starting really tomorrow, that support is gone. And so I suspect equities are going to catch down to where the risk of risk is, over the course of the next few days and weeks.
And just
it's important to keep mentioning that, though. Go ahead, Trace.
Sorry, there's just some, Besant is speaking right now. He said that we're going to be using Iranian oil to keep the price down, and the U.S. may unsanction Iranian oil that's on the water right now. So it looks like the administration is out really trying to talk the price of oil down right now.
I mean, there have been plenty of people on X pointing out the sort of like hard to follow the rationale. We'll go to war, and then we'll take sanctions off Russia and Iranian oil. It's hard to close that that loop on how that makes sense. But obviously reacting in real time. Tracy, the other thing I was just about to ask you is ag commodities have been on the move, right? I mean, this has been a focus. I saw someone mention that they were breaking out from a 20-year resistance line. I don't know if that's true, but we certainly are seeing agriculture moving, and I'm sure that is related to the concerns around fertilizer. And you've been pointing out and writing a lot on Substack. This is not the Strait of Hormuz is not just an oil story, right? It's an everything material, chemical input, those sort of basic inputs into so many products.
By the way, though, Tracy, just before you jump in there, I just want to say out of the three, corn, wheat, and soybeans, corn is rallying the hardest across the board there.
Yeah, it is. So it's a fertilizer. Agriculture is a fertilizer question. There is, the amounts that go through the strait are enormous, and we're starting to see kind of prices rise here in the U.S., but you're already seeing food prices skyrocket elsewhere, particularly those that really depend on the fertilizer inputs from the Middle East. So you're seeing this in South Africa. You're seeing this all over Africa. We're just hitting spring planting season, and those inputs are going to be higher, and of course that filters down to the consumer at some point. And so very precarious place that we are right now in the agriculture markets for certain.
We have somebody in the chat asking, sorry, it moved so fast, I lost who it was, but it was Cooper. One day earnings will be in focus again, maybe. Craig, we did have Micron, as Tracy mentioned at the top, and there's it looked like a great report on the from the headlines, and yet they're down. Shares are down. What is that sort of telling us about sentiment? All that good news priced in? Are we going to see that sort of last holdout of memory chips start to crater as well?
Yeah, it's certainly a concern. I mean, memory has been one of the stalwart subsectors of the markets this year between Micron and SanDisk and WTC and the like. And so all that upstream CapEx is being spent, through the AI chain has been accruing, incrementally to the memory space. And so to see them blow the numbers out, upgrade earnings, upgrade everything, stock to trade up nicely for the first, half hour after hours yesterday, and to now be trading down, I think is certainly a concern as we start to head into first quarter earnings season, right? I mean, if investors feel like they can't hold strong names that have been doing incredibly well into earnings prints, because they're not going to get paid on the print, then they're going to start to de-risk those position sizes kind of into the print. So definitely a concern. I think FedEx reports after the close today, Carnival tomorrow. We get some, stragglers into next week. Obviously, earnings really don't kick off till the second week of April, but definitely a foreboding sign if the best names can't really hold their gains here. It's been a great stock, though, this year. So probably the story is not done, but just to see that kind of a reaction, I think, is a little bit more of a concern. And we're likely to start to see more of earnings guidance outlooks here as companies start to think about how does the war impact them. I think FedEx, will be some interesting color about the fuel costs. What are they doing? Are they seeing any impact on demand? Similarly for Carnival, and a big fuel name there as well. How are they reacting to with respect to pricing? So these are the types of signals that investors will start to say, how is the war impacting these companies? And then my portfolio, and to Cooper's point in the chat, yes, earnings are going to start to matter if we can't, if companies can't really upgrade their earnings assessments because of the war premiums and the war issues and the supply chain issues, then another potential headwind for equities as we push through into the second quarter.
Yeah, and Damon's pointing out Micron's up almost 500% over the last 12 months. So small pullback seems pretty trivial. And totally agree. You always have to take a look at where we've come, right? But sentiment-wise, if people are not willing to chase things they still think have running room on good earnings, then I think it's more that sort of risk off right now, feeling a little uncomfortable with that. We are gonna do the weekly jobless claims when they come out. Some people, I think there's a little bit of housing stuff. Some of the chat talking about concerns about housing. The labor market has got to be front and center here, though. Weekly jobless claims when we're not caring about the labor market. I think you have to take the 4-week average. People want to look at a month's worth of data. But I feel like right now when the market's so nervous about what's happening with the Fed, maybe they're going to matter a little bit more. Any kind of read on the jobs market.
Yeah, I mean, right now we have the survey is 215,000. Prior was 213,000. We've kind of been in this range as far as jobless claims are concerned. So I think that the market will be looking for any kind of outside move. I think if we saw like a 350,000 print, that would be really, really bad for the job market. But initial claims have kind of been steady right now. For the past few weeks anyway, so we'll have to see how the number comes in this week.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the bond market, we've been talking about a lot about equities. Do they catch up to the risk sort of sentiment out there and the concerns? But the bond market backup that we've seen, Jim, we've talked about this, has been a concern. I know Blake's been watching it even through the currency lens. It's been a concern for people that we've just seen that upward pressure on yields.
Yeah, I mean, the bond market found the exit door. They're already in the car driving out of the parking lot. I mean, there's
right now.
There's a lot. Yeah, we're selling. I don't know what not Warsh, but Besson just said. But bonds are falling, equities are falling, highly correlated, both of these two right now. And it's again, it's just really, really making for a big downturn for the daily session today. A little bit worried about it. But I'll show some of these things in the Edge report. And by the way, though, if I could interrupt real quick, though, we have some good news. We do have another arena challenge coming up. I want to tell everybody about. Link's going to be in the chat. It's going to be super fun. It's going to be a micro showdown, and you'll be able to watch Tanya, Lumi, and Salma battle it out in real time, and then jump into that arena, trade micros, and compete for your share of $5,000 in prize money. That starts Monday, March 30th at 9 a.m. That's for the day. So it's going to be another challenge you could participate in. Next week's March Madness is sold out. I think we're full.
Fantastic. But we'll be updating on how folks are faring there. And well, listen, we all need distraction. And I don't think my bracket for March Madness is going to do it. I'm not feeling real confident. I tried last night. I did my best for my family pool, but I'm not feeling super confident about it. So I'm going to cheer on the people doing the Ninja March Madness. And we've got some meetups too. Another distraction. So we're there for you for the good news in the midst of all these negative headlines. But we appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to be watching this. It feels like it's going to be a fast-moving, volatile market, but there's always opportunity in that this morning. So we're going to be watching all of that, and certainly come back and report the weekly jobless claims and what we're seeing in terms of whether that can maybe help stabilize things a little bit, but not clear that that's going to happen given some of the deterioration that we're seeing. So we're going to watch it closely. And I think a lot of people are nervous about those jobless claims based on what we're seeing with AI, but we'll see. But like I said, we're gonna get back there in a second and give you all of the data as it comes out and the reaction and what the panel thinks about it. But for right now, it's time for this morning's Edge Report. So take it away, Jim.
All right, Treasury bond market testing new lows anyway. We have some target wicks from a couple days ago at 113.19 No shadow at the bottom of today's candle. We're making new daily lows as we speak, and we have targets on the downside. Now, one thing to keep in mind is this longer term kind of, I don't know, area of support at 114.07. Forget about it. We're firmly trading below it right now. And we have some downside targets. We have a September swing low at 113.01. And then we have a July swing low at 111.11. These are definitely achievable given what's going on today. We also have moving average cross unders galore. You can see these. It looks like a little bit of spaghetti kind of wound down, but the fast moving averages are crossing under the. I'm sorry, the fast moving averages are crossing under the slow moving averages. So that's kind of bearish right there. Let's shoot over to intraday. Really kind of a nice kind of volume profile right now, but look we're making new lows again. We're going to approach that 1-day min by MenthorQ. That's at 113 and 18.30. That's a target on the downside along with JAX2 for an immediate target also at 113.16. But really a huge story here is brewing in gold. Let's take a peek. There's no flight to quality here for sure. This long-term area support that we saw kind of start, I'm going to say back in early February, we broke through it. And we broke through it today hard. We closed right at it last night. Again, moving averages 8 crossing under the 21, about to cross under the 50 EMA. And there's that 200 way down here. No wick at the bottom of this candle. 43.19 is the target. This is kind of when that recent rally started back at the beginning of January. And we had that kind of violent sell-off. But that's a target now. I can't believe it, but it is. RSI is just about in the basement. Intraday, there's not a lot of targets here though, because let me open it up for one day, because we've already broke through them all, and all the JAX levels are north here. Again, I don't see a big rally happening. There's nothing but empty space until you get down to that S3 at 44.59.7. So there is definitely room to go. Now we're at 143% of the 34-day average range. So we've already, again, it's a breakout day to the downside here on gold. So be careful. And let's just go to the E-mini S&P and see what's happening there. And as Maggie pointed out, that 200 simple, there it is. This is that yellow dashed line right here. And we closed above it yesterday, but no, not this time. It's the second time we've closed below that 200. Again, no shadow at the bottom of this wick. We have that target wick here that we saw back in March 9th, and that's a nice target there at 65.84.5. Below that, November 2025 low 65.26, another target to the downside. Keep on moving. There's a lot of empty space down there. So we'll see how that goes going forward here. All the moving averages are in the rearview mirror, by the way. Intraday, we do have some targets to the downside, though, unlike better targets to the downside, I should say. Look at that candle. This is a really, really robust sell-off, making new lows right now on the 30-minute. We have that S1 at 66.07. We have JAX2 at 6,600. And that MenthorQ one-day expected min, 65.92. Let me get it exactly right for you guys. Spot 50. So, again, those are nice targets. They're kind of clustered together within, 10, 15 handle range. So there's some downside. If these things turn around, yeah, of course, there's a lot of things we can go through on the upside, but I'm not holding my breath. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Jim. Gives us a good sense of, where momentum is heading into this. Not sure this data is going to be the big mover. I think obviously all of this is sort of pinned on headlines coming from the Middle East and from Washington, especially since we just had Besant speaking. But Tracy, when they come out, just you can just interrupt us and jump in and let us know what they are. But Craig, I think that, it does seem like people are getting a little bit more concerned about both the flow of data and whether they have to kind of rethink their view around the war.
Yeah, well, they should have tuned in yesterday afternoon for the preview. But look, I mean, again, I think there's been a lot going on, and we needed to get through the Fed meeting. We knew the Fed wasn't going to really provide anything for this market, but we needed to just get through it. We're through it now. We're basically going to be through expiry tomorrow, and so now the markets can kind of have to deal with this reality of the uncertainty with respect to the war and the attack of the energy infrastructure and.
So quickly, sorry, jobless came in at 205, so a little better than expected. Continuing claims came in a little bit higher than expected at 1.857 million. So in line basically with continuing claims, lower than expected in initial.
Yeah, did not stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
No.
So one of the things I think Tracy mentioned it really briefly, but first of all, we talked, Craig, you and I talked about Peter Boockvar saying oil is the new chairman of the Fed, which was, I think, such a great way to encapsulate what's going on. But do we now, are we looking at people starting to wonder whether we're going to have boots on the ground? Tracy mentioned that. Is that in any way in the market? And is that something psychologically that we have to really watch out for?
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, I don't know if it's specifically in the market. Look, I think it's hard to know exactly what the administration's goals here are and how they're going to accomplish them. What I do know is that physical markets for oil are trading materially higher than where paper markets are right now. Oman physical crude is above $150 dollars a barrel versus Brent at around 100, 105. So the premiums for physical are already materially higher. So look, the administration is going to have to decide. How serious and how much further are they going to take this? And as the uncertainty remains, volatility is going to rise, risk sentiment is going to deteriorate. Folks are going to have to move from rotating risk and trying to find places to hide capital to just reducing risk and just going to cash. I think that's the dynamic we're going to start to see here between now and the end of the year, because places where people have felt like they've been able to hide have been getting blown up left, right, and center. So I think we're going to go from risk rotation mode to risk reduction mode amidst all this uncertainty. And so, now that the supports from expiry are pushing through, again, I think the markets can trade truer and more fundamental. And the next couple of weeks here are going to be, very headline driven, but, very precarious if we can't find a resolution here quickly.
That's your headline for the day, I think, Craig. From risk rotation to risk reduction. Fantastic stuff. Thank you all. Thanks, Jim and Craig. We'll see you in the chat.
Thank you, Maggie.
Take care.
All right, before we're going to get to our guests, but before we do that, let's take a look at the lineup for the day. So in just a moment, we're going to be welcoming Dayan. Pharm is here for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat if you have any specific questions for him. I know a lot of you have been already talking about, different dispersion between some of the markets. Trade the Open with Jack and Nick will be coming up soon. Midday Markets will be with Stowe and Salma, and Trading the Close will be Chris, Leo, and Salma. So great stuff for you as we navigate these sort of fast-moving markets. Okay, let's welcome our guest, Danny Dayan, president of DSD Global Holdings. Thank you so much for being with us, Danny.
Hi, Maggie. Thanks for having me on. Hi, everyone.
Great. So Trace and I are really looking forward to sort of talking to you about what you see going on. And maybe let's kick off with the sort of disconnect that we have seen between commodities and equities. Everyone has been sort of watching and thinking, oh, equities look resilient here. Equities are holding up pretty well. What do you think's going on? And do you see maybe that gap closing as equity investors kind of rethink the risk profile here?
Yeah, I mean, I think the crude market in the last week and a half has really started to say that this is going to be a longer affair, and you see that with deferred contracts coming up. And we have 90 for multiple months, 90 plus prices for multiple months. And, New York or NYMEX crude is not even the story anymore. It's really Brent. And that's even higher. And if you look at like Middle East oil, it's very scary. So the commodities market is clearly saying that this is a bigger deal. We're seeing gold melt down. And the old adage on gold is it anticipates inflation. It doesn't do well when inflation arrives. That may be what's happening there too. So the commodities markets are very much in like DEFCON mode. They see this as a really big deal. The equity markets see this as like a taco situation where it's just going to end. I don't think that's right. So I'm of the view that equities, have more downside from a fundamental standpoint. Pharm can come in with his excellent, technical backdrop on it. But from the fundamental side, it just looks to me like it's very complacent. And I don't see, I'm not a oil expert like Tracy. She's can give you better insights, but I don't see how Hormuz gets fixed so quickly. And even if it does, from what I'm seeing from the experts in the field, is that it'll take time for barrels to come back online. And so this is where it gets really messy for equities, is that, how do you solve Hormuz? If the US were to just say, all right, this is too tough, we leave the IRGC in power, then they have this nuclear option that's better than a nuclear weapon, frankly. They have this option to use at any point in time, and they will use it. Try to sanction them at the UN, they'll use this card. Whereas, if to solve it, likely needs boots on the ground and active regime change and getting a friendly regime in there. And that means months, if not longer. So, I don't see any way that this resolves so quickly. And, I think from everyone likes to look at the 10-year or 30-year or TLT or whatever. I think the bigger story is the 2-year. And the 2-year is saying the Fed is more likely than not going to be able to look at this as a transitory shock, that this is a bigger thing, and may need to hike rates. I don't think we're there yet, but the bond market, clearly didn't hear what they wanted to hear from Powell. Powell wasn't hawkish. I had them at neutral, but the risks are more towards raising rates than cutting rates at this stage. And I think that's also bad for equities. So I just don't see what the good story is for equities right now.
Well, there seems to be two camps, right? That people think that the market is pricing out cuts when we'll probably get cuts, and then those that are a little more hawkish, that obviously the market is pricing them out. So, which camp are you in, and what problem does this pose for Warsh when he takes the chairmanship, given that he, is confirmed?
Right. I put out a note just yesterday for clients on what the Fed should do, and what they should do and what they do is always different. But what they should do, and that I don't think they can do the transitory here. If you look at the typical transitory oil shock, June of last year is the perfect example. It went straight up, it went straight down. Supply responded quickly. Producers came in, and that led to 500K increase in production, which was enough in the market and pushing prices back down. That's as transitory as it gets. This is going to extend. And as this extends, it starts to hit other parts of the economy. Airlines are starting to raise prices. You're going to see car companies raise prices. Manufacturing is going to cut supply. And then that will also be another source of raising prices. As this goes, through those various aspects, that's a very different type of shock, and it'll be harder to differentiate what's supply and what's demand. The other thing is that what was inflation doing prior to the war? And it was already getting really bad. And so that, to me, is the key here, is what was the steady state of the economy before the war? Well, we were seeing manufacturing pick up. We were seeing housing pick up. We were seeing industrial production pick up. We were seeing trucking pick up. All these cyclical parts of the economy were picking up. So that informs me that the Fed is actually below neutral, steady state neutral. And that complicates the situation in being able to look through a supply shock, because the demand aspects of inflation have been getting worse, not better. And so you can't just play the supply side there. And then the other thing is that this is 5 supply shocks in 5 years. This is the second oil shock in 4 years. And I did a little bit of research, into academic research on what the prescription is for multiple supply shocks is different than one individual supply shock. And when you have multiple supply shocks or a series of persistent supply shocks, If you don't hike, you actually allow inflation to persist at a higher level. And we have a case study of this, tariffs. Okay, so by everyone, all I heard about tariffs was that, they'll raise prices, we'll get demand destruction, and then, it'll ultimately be deflationary. That was what I heard from everyone. And I pushed back on that. Number one, you have to go through the sequences before it can be deflationary. But the other aspect is, the Fed didn't wait for that process to play out and they cut rates. And so that gave businesses pricing power to do more pass through than they were doing before. And actually, the pass through rate has increased quite a lot since they cut in September. And, so if you shortchange a supply demand destruction process, you don't get that demand destruction and prices just reset to a plateau at a higher level. There will be a part of it that's transitory and they'll come down from the highs, but then it'll plateau at a higher level. And so I don't think they want to hike, but they may need to hike. And it also looks like a lot of other central banks are probably going to have to hike. And then, what we would possibly be dealing with is end of cycle, which was very far out of my thinking prior to this war, but now is something that we have to consider is that, they may hike us out of this cycle. And it may be for the best, frankly, to just extinguish this inflationary psychology once and for all, nuke it and start over. If I'm Warsh, get this done before I come into the chair. But it doesn't look like Powell's going to do that. But that it would have been better for him if Powell just nuked the economy now, frankly, and nuked inflation now.
So I think you just answered a question that a lot of people have been struggling with, which is why do you talk about, somebody put it in the chat yesterday when we were on at FOMC, why do we worry about inflation? Inflation's ultimately deflationary because it kills demand. But you're saying not unless you let that cycle all the way through, and not unless you actually allow the economy to go in recession and allow that demand destruction to play out. But if you shorten it, you're actually sort of, I think that's a really important distinction for people who've been wondering about this. I think.
Let me give you an example, Maggie. Just, if car prices are too high, I need to go shopping first, see that prices are too high, balk at them, and then that is a transmission mechanism back to the auto dealer to say prices are too high. I can't do this in the next inventory cycle. I can't do this. I can't pass this on, and then you get deflation. But you don't get it unless you first see the inflation. And so you first have to see the inflation. Consumers are going to see their real wages decline. They're going to see real consumption decline. And when that happens, you can see the demand destruction. And so the key aspect here to watch is, financial conditions is a big focus for me. If they enforce the inflation cycle, meaning we're getting inflation and the front end starts pricing hikes, maybe we don't actually have to deliver those hikes, right? But we have to tighten financial conditions in response to this inflation. Otherwise, if equities just bounce 10% from here, then all we're going to get is a series of higher prices and with nothing that will cause demand destruction. So I think it's very, very tricky here for central bankers. And, an earlier part of the conversation, it was, a lot of worries about the labor market, which I understand, but how many shocks have we thrown at this labor market? It just keeps hanging in. I think we need to actually see it break rather than forecast it break. Like everyone's trying to put their line in the sand and say it's going to break. It hasn't broken, and it may not. It may not. It may not, especially if they're dovish in response to this. And so that's where I think it's very, very tricky. In that we could get the second and third order impacts from inflation if we're not careful with this. If we don't follow the sequence, as you.
So let me ask you, I think that makes sense to people in an economic and monetary policy world, but of course they're operating in a political world. And it's hard to imagine that, especially in the US with midterm elections coming, they're going to allow any of that to happen or allow them to hike and have consumers feel pain, have demand destruction actually play out. So in that kind of circumstance, what's the casualty? What do they save? I mean, do they, what's got to give in order for them to win re-election? Where how do you see that coming down? What do they let weaken? What do they let fall?
So I have a hypothesis that Trump is going to realize he's cornered, and the only way out of this is some sort of fiscal package. So the Fed can't save the day here. That's clear. You may not get them to hike because of political pressure. I understand that argument. And if that's the case, the long end of the curve will do the lifting rather than the short end of the curve pricing hikes. The currency market will also reprice. The dollar's been pretty strong in the last few weeks since the war. But if they're dovish or not responding to 5% inflation with any sort of higher rates, the currency market will turn south very, very fast. But I think in terms of what stimulus, I think Trump is going to get desperate. And, the polling is really bad. And the betting markets are really bad for the midterms. And I think the only thing that he can do is something on the fiscal side. And I think it's a desperate play, but I think we will probably get something in the next couple of weeks. I don't know how likely it'll be to pass Congress, and we'll find out. But I think that's the only avenue to do something. And there's lots of things they can do, like energy subsidies or tariff rebates or whatever. I just think something they're going to do something to try to lift the tide when they realize that this is not an easily solvable situation. The hormones.
Right. Danny, great stuff. Great food for thought as we sort of navigate what looks like it's going to be a tough day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me again, guys. Have a good morning.
Appreciate it. Tracy, going to come down to stimmy checks, according to Danny, but I think there are a lot of people that are talking about that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it has been mentioned prior that everybody was going to get, $2,000 tariff rebate check. So we'll see if that comes down the line or not.
Fantastic stuff. All right, Shai, thanks so much. Have a great day. I know we'll see you in the chat. Okay, it's time for Pharm and Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm. We cut into your time a little bit, but it was such a great conversation. What are you watching today?
Yeah, good morning, Maggie. Good morning, chat. I'm clearly going to have to renegotiate my contract with Ninja. I can't be following handsome dudes like Danny like this. I mean, I'm going to have to require that some mountain troll comes on before me so that I look a little bit less like a gremlin. But yeah, I mean, here we are back at range low, and I've got something a little extra for the chat today. I've got my yearly chart up with some of my yearly levels. We can talk about why some of this was just a big ass range to me that we are now sitting at the bottom of, and I plan to respect. So if you can see that, see this sort of large bell curve distribution. You can see low volume nodes within there, which mark my yearly levels. That's what you're looking at. The rectangles are the stronger ones. The ones just marked are maybe less strong, but just looks to me like a big range. And NQ's the same picture. I don't need to flip over really. Fewer levels in between. And, we can see that we put in so much time and volume above those 6,800s. It was very, very stubborn to lose that. Now that we have, and now it has flipped very clearly to resistance, and that's a problem that compresses us into the lower half of this range. And it's putting a lot of pressure on these November lows, which we haven't properly tested just yet. And keep in mind, this is with the benefit of a contract roll this week, right? I mean, so like we were just here at these same prices on Friday and, Sunday night, but we're now back there, but with the benefit of a 50 handle contract roll premium. So it's not a very good look for buyers at all. Again, there's a lot of pressure here. And, again, look at all this volume relative to what sits below it. That's a lot of inventory that could potentially puke out fast. And I know Pax isn't a volume profile trader, but we've both been talking about the fact that, if we lose these November lows and offer them, it could get violent, and it could get violent quickly. And from my perspective, at least, it's because of this. I mean, you see this big volume sitting up here. And what are they going to do, right? If they can't, if we lose these November lows and can't reclaim it, that's going to be a serious problem for them. So there's definitely is risk here. Things are very heavy. I do still prefer to respect range low until it breaks. But at the same time, I mean, there's just a lot of technical weight coming down on this market. So it's definitely a tough spot here. And I've said, for a while. If you just kind of look left on this chart, and you can see the February highs peaking in here, the multi-top we had back last year, that's just a bullish back test potentially, right? So I think, bulls can welcome that and a fresh chance to buy at lower prices. I mean, if the market's going to go up 8% in a given year, and I said the same thing coming into last year, if you can catch it on a 10% dip, then it goes up 8% for the year. Like, you're doing amazing, right? So that's not necessarily a bearish thing. I do think if we lose that, it's bigger problems in play. That's kind of the big picture that I just want to take the opportunity, since I'm stuck on TradingView this week, being up north, and blew up my NinjaChart deck because I'm a boomer. Yeah, I mean, here we are. We're literally right back. We talked Sunday night about how 66.40 to 66.47 was going to be a key reclaim for ES all week if lost. It reclaimed it very quickly on Sunday night, and we got a nice rally. I mean, again, this is the M contract, so this is 50 handle premium relative to that, and we're now below there, right? So this looks like, it looks to me like a breakdown. My major weekly level, again, from Sunday for ESH was 67.41 to 67.50. For ESM, 68.03 half to 68.08. That was Tuesday's high. Same idea on NQ. It failed exactly where sellers wanted to defend it, and here we are. So yeah, it's one of these tough situations where it's like, I don't really want to initiate a new short. I think that's a mistake on like a swing basis. Coming in here and initiating a new short down near 6,600. I think holding shorts is fine. Looking for a potential break after taking some profit, maybe. Day trade is a little bit of a different story, right? You can trade this both ways. Sellers are very much in control, I think, on intermediate timeframes. But this is going to be a big week, how we close this week. And then, of course, you get a fade, all kinds of weekend news, right? Do we get some attempt at at some taco? Like, what is it going to taco? And you have to ask yourself, like, if you're a bull, if you remember May until, the end of this last year, I mean, good news meant you were up 1.5%, right? And bad news meant you got a tape bomb for 20 handles and then it got bought. Right? There was nothing that could break this market. And now, you have people saying, oh, well, Trump's going to taco and we're going to moon, or like Jay Powell and, the Fed is going to be a nothing burger and Vol's going to get crushed and we're going to moon, like looking for reasons for us to go up. Like, it's a very different picture from last year. And I think it's important to recognize that and recognize the market dynamic that has changed. So, I would not be trying to be a hero in here, buying this. I think buying this on strength after maybe a sweep out of the November lows. Again, we talked about this in this situation now. If you're just on ES1 continuous, if you were on the next contract ESM anyways, and same thing for NQ, now the SPX and QQQ November lows will come prior to ES and NQ actually hitting those November lows. So either way, I think you want to see those taken out. I think you want to see a fantastic liquidation puke. And then I'd rather buy the reclaim, on some kind of strength, right? A multi-day balance break, back above, let it wash out first. Again, the washout could be, just a quick washout like today, tomorrow, that then quickly reclaims the November low. But if we're offering the November low, I think it becomes a bit of an unmitigated disaster. So it's kind of like the big picture for me, drilling into the 5 in this overnight session. I mean, you can see we had a spike yesterday. And into the gold, it is a big one, right? A pretty sizable spike. We had the base of the spike was right in this weekly 84.5 to 91 level. And then the low was in this 70 to 75 level. And you can see that we briefly traded over the spike base on ES last night. And that was it, offered yesterday's low. And here we go. And then now we're into, what was that? Friday the 13th. Yeah. We're into Friday's, again, with the benefit of a 50 handle contract premium. So that's not a spectacular look. On an SPX basis, we'll be opening below 6,600. I don't think that's a fantastic look necessarily. So to me, I need to see, really, honestly, this needed to reclaim 67.17 for me to even consider a long on this today. So there will be longs, there will be reactive longs to me, but sellers are very much in control. So you're going to want to see, in order to at least be long in the short term, I think you're going to want to see this 40 to 47 spot reclaim, probably 49, and maybe you can retrace some of this overnight look for a retest of yesterday's low. We're going to open on a true gap down. So if you haven't been following along, basically what I'm looking for on a true gap down. Oh no, I got to make sure I don't get in trouble with PAX again here. But I watched the range of the first 5 minutes at the open, right? And so if
It's
we
the
can,
farm range. Farm, we named it.
right.
It's the farm range.
The farm range. So yeah, I mean, if all the action is below the farm range, then it's clearly looks, at least initially, like a gap down and go. And with intermediate timeframes bearish, short timeframes bearish, I think that's okay to be short. I still want to be really careful into range low, but it's a short, whether you want to chase into it or not. Now, if all of the action is above the farm range, then we're probably looking for a retest of yesterday's low. And then from there, you just kind of see, and you're going to have to get up to the spike base as well, through the overnight high, all the way up to 67.17, and they could still step on this shit at 67.17. So like on the long side, from my perspective, if we trade both sides of the farm range and just like find some balance down here, that's objectively bearish in favor of sellers, but you could trade it two ways, right? If you get some kind of a balanced day. So that's ES. Again, like NQ, big picture is the same idea. Here we are down here, 24 fours. Again, if you were to look at that on NQH, you'd be sitting at about 24,230 or so. So again, that's within my yearly level on NQ. So it hasn't broken yet. It is still in range low, and range low should be respected until proven otherwise, until it flips to resistance. So same general idea there. But we talked yesterday. I mean, this is the third week in a row that they just stepped on it at 25,210, basically. I mean, we had some A period single prints from, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago on like a Thursday or something like that, peaked in there once, and they have just been stepping on it mercilessly since then. My biggest weekly level on NQM was 090 to 115 half. We got the 117 high on Tuesday again. Sellers did everything that they needed to do, just defend the pop, and then let buyers do, or longs, I should say, do the work in selling, right? Because they realize they can't get out. They're under pressure. You see some liquidation. So same basic picture for NQ. I'll flip over to the 5. Same thing. We had a spike yesterday, base of the spike of 24.9. And then yesterday's low, 641. Again, we peaked above the spike base. That's all we could get. And then just grinding lower all night. So same type of thing, not trying to be a hero. This 313 to 352, absolutely massive on the H contract. I expect it to act similarly on NQ. And again, same deal. Watch the farm range. And again, not to necessarily, it's not a situation where it's like, hey, I'm long above it, I'm short below it. That's not what I do. I look at it for some kind of idea what the day is going to look like. Is it likely to be a trend day down? Is it likely to be a trend day up? Is it likely to be a balanced day? Or is it indeterminate, right? But obviously, if all the action is above the farm range, it looks like potential for a trend day. But in a bearish situation like this, let's be careful to assume that. It at least looks like a retest to prior day's low. All the action below it, then there's a potential for a trend day down, liquidation, puke out. Again, we're in range low here. So very careful, very tricky situation. And, that's where I'm at today. Bias has been, short for a while and just selling rips. I would have liked a little bit more relief off this. But at the same time, if they just want to rinse out today and tomorrow ahead of the weekend, they say markets don't bottom on Fridays. I think that's dumb. But if you get a fantastic liquidation puke that quickly reclaims the November lows, as an example, that could set a low. So that's kind of the things that I'm looking for. But very, very important spot down here on a yearly basis. Again, you saw that yearly level, and what sits below it is like a pocket of air, potentially, that we could run through pretty quickly.
Yeah, pocket of air doesn't sound good. Farm, somebody's taking, I think farm zone is what we settled on last week. Farm range, they said, sounds too tame for you. Too much like free range, maybe, or something like, we don't need to go. We just talked about mountain troll. So farm zone, I think, is what we're going to go for.
Got it. All right. We'll figure something out.
Okay, we just real quick before I let you go. Somebody, Hutta, was saying, I feel like a 10% correction's coming. And you talked about moving through those air pockets pretty quickly. I mean, could it get that ugly?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like my target would be 6169. a very nice target, naturally. But I mean, actually, if I remember correctly, there was a very, very important set of single prints sitting right at 6169 from this breakout move. And that would be more than 10% off the top. And that would be a very, very healthy move. We've been monitoring this multi-month process for a long time. Really since October, it looked like the trend had matured. That was leading, and we had the trap door set up that if you've watched this show for a long time, you may recall we got the trap door triggered on 1010. In fact, and I said that was analogous to 12/18/2024, I believe, kind of the first shots fired situation, right? And then from there we start balance. Or a lot of people were very bullish for 7,300 in Q1. May they rest in peace. But this is just a big balance, and break that. And yeah, you're getting a little bit more than 10% anyways, top to bottom. That would be very healthy, very, very healthy.
Fantastic. Pharm, thanks so much. Appreciate you.
Have a good day.
Okay, well, we're going to get to the open in just a second. Just to update you, though, the poll, which we put out every day, is interesting for all the negativity we're hearing about. 53% bears, but then you are split between neutral and bullish, which is sort of interesting. We'll see if that changes. The mood is definitely risk off, though. All right, everyone, let's get to it. Up next, we trade the open with Nick and Jack. Hello, gentlemen. Looks like it's going to be a pretty active open here. You just heard Pharm, I know, and Slicey Man in the chat saying with ES trading in lockstep with oil, he doesn't see how he can trade this morning. How are you feeling, Jack?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm short basically the top tick overnight, and I'm riding it still. So it may be pretty easy for me to just hold, especially what the Pharm was talking about with that opening range, that first 5 minutes looking for a drive lower. So I've taken 2/3 of my position off. Basically, when I was sleeping and I woke up, I actually had a third target that got front run by a few points here at 5:30 a.m., which was before I woke up. So when I woke up and saw that target was already front run, I actually just canceled it, and I'm just holding. I may hold all day here if we have the market to do so, but ideally, I'm looking for a downside move below 24,300 at a minimum. But it's really going to depend on, can we get below that opening range and stay below and see heavy sellers? But right now, I'm feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I can see it. Although for somebody who's sleeping with one eye open, which is the life of a trader, I guess. Nick, what about you?
Well, NQ is making me a little nervous that this range from hell that we've been in for months, it feels like, is finally going to break. We are sitting at what I would call is like the last gas effort from buyers, where if they don't step in kind of here off the open and defend basically up to probably the week open, even from Sunday, that 24,500 spot on the June contract. If we don't see any sort of enthusiasm to get back over that level, I think it flipped my bias a little bit to looking for attempts back into kind of even the 24,600s into next week, that I can look for like longer time frame reoffers at this point. Like starting to short the bottom edge of this balance range would be something I'm potentially looking to really do versus buying the bottom of it, which is what I've been doing, I feel like, for the last month. So I'm a little nervous for the buyers here, because I kind of agree with Pharm. If we lose this, it can get even more spicy to the downside, heading back towards even below the November lows, perhaps.
All right. Well, a lot to navigate through, so I'm going to leave you to it. But good luck, everybody. Have a great day.
Thanks, Maggie. Oh, Jack, here we are.
We're back at it. 420s. We're literally at it this time.
I know. And we guys, I'm not even kidding. I didn't want to start the morning off with another one of these where it's like, hey guys, here we are, 420s. Let's all buy it, because we're not allowed to ever leave a 1,000-point range here. But who wants to start another morning session off with that? No, I'm optimistic we might actually get some break of this range for the first time.
I agree. And I mean, take a look at the risk off going on in gold here today. We didn't get a chance, either you or I'm not sure if they talked about it before we got on, but down 350 points, which is basically retesting those lows of that early February capitulation, which was humongous. But like, to me, not that I'm even trading gold right now, but the heavy selling in gold tells me there's really a risk off appetite. And this has been, I've talked about this 420 level being support for a very long time. And I don't really like that we're opening right on it, looking heavy after FOMC on like what is like a fourth or fifth test. I don't even know how many times we've come down here already. But it's a recipe to break. I kind of got lucky. One of these indicators I use, which is a price-based indicator. I have a few price-based indicators on my chart, but let me pull this into view here. But there we go. I'm gonna screw this over. Actually, can you guys give me a full screen? But so this green line here is something I pay attention to. When you guys see my charts, this blue line is what I refer to as the midpoint of the day. So that's the middle of prior day's range, RTH session. And then what I do with this green line is I actually take whatever the midpoint of the prior day's session and then the low of the current session and divide that by 2. And in very aggressive, bid days or bullish days or very aggressive bearish days, we stay below those levels. And so that's really where my short originates from. It's from what I refer to as the lower mid. It's just the mid of the prior day taken to the low of the current day, cut in half. And when you see that type of rejection, we haven't been able to get above it all overnight. If today is going to be a true sell-off where we are breaking down, we're not going to see that level get back above. And if at any point in time we do, I'm going to look to either re-enter or add to short positions. So right now, you'll see that on my screen as long as I'm here. That's a 24,654. And with every new low, it's going to adjust. So I'm staying short here, looking for bigger moves. Although gold, even though it is down, I do like this area once it finally bottoms as a potential long. But is there anything, any price levels you like to see us trade into to like initiate a short, or how do you see your trades going out here today, Nick?
I mean, ideally, I would love to get an opportunity to short this up towards the 600s today. Like if we can come up, kind of play around with the overnight VWAP at the very least, I wouldn't hate it to look there for sellers kind of returning. If not, ideally, I mean, I don't want to see you start heading back up towards your entry to round trip you, but we've seen crazier things happen. But ideally, yeah, up towards previous day low, previous day close would be a perfect place to actually get a reoffer. But I don't think it's going to give it to me. I think this is we're shaping up for a spicier session that I think we've become accustomed to at the very least on Thursdays.
Yeah.
But yeah, anything up in the mid 5s, I wouldn't mind. Even kind of seeing if we get a flush off the open, like do we get a chance to come back in towards the week open at 500s for a reoffer on NQ? But I don't know. I woke up and it didn't look that bad, and then it got worse and worse as I got to my desk.
Right? Yeah. Oh man. I mean, if we round trip back up to my entry, this is probably my largest intraday point gain in quite some time, just because we really haven't had the market to get a 300 point trade in.
Yeah.
I mean, those are rare, period. But yesterday I was pretty confident, there's the word, that we were going to retest that 420 level and fill that futures gap from the rollover. And so that first pop overnight, I was just stalking it like a hawk and got my entries. Sometimes you got to put in those extra hours when things are lining up. And so that's what I did last night. Just one trade, 2 targets off, and then looking for the rest. Now we're kind of down at where I was initially anticipating us to go, and where I actually had a profit target already set. But it's one of those situations where I'm like, I'm canceling my target because we haven't even opened the day. We got 20 minutes till open. We're coming off FOMC. There's not that like headline. The news is out. Of course, more gas fields getting blown up in like Iran overnight too, which definitely weighs on at least the global economy, because that stuff doesn't take a long time, or very you can't repair that stuff very quickly. So I don't know, man. I hope you get an entry, but I'm also not going to be mad if you don't.
Yeah, if it just is gone without me, I mean, it would It would feel a bit like yesterday, wouldn't it? I was entry wise carving it up. Execution wise was eaten alive yesterday off the open. I was like dead on. It just seemed to shake me out of a few things or not fill me or stop me out and then go as is tradition. But yeah, what's interesting is, even like I said, when I woke up this morning, it really didn't look that bad. I got up at probably like 4:30 to work out at 5. And so we were like starting to rip, like right as I was heading into the garage to start stretching, and we were like back up here, previous day closed. So I was like, oh, okay, no big deal. We're right back into yesterday's range towards the bottom edge of it. It looks like it's just going to be rotational. And then as I'm working out, I just suddenly see us start drifting lower and lower and lower. And suddenly we're 200 plus points and making me a little nervous. And then you see, and I wasn't even paying attention. You see gold and silver just turning into full liquidation type days. It's like, all right, so shaping up to be a more volatile session, which apparently if you're an analyst at like B of A or other places, I was seeing headlines from some of their analysts saying, yes, the war, the war with Iran is causing some market volatility. And I don't think it takes an analyst or a genius to come up to that conclusion. So I had a good laugh when I was reading some of the reports coming out this morning.
I love that.
I need one of those jobs, man.
Yeah, what's causing the rise in gas prices? Well,
there's
say war on the oil fields.
Yes, that might explain the market volatility.
Yeah. I mean, why is gold dropping so much? I could sit here and give you fundamental reasons that I have no idea if they're true or not, or I could just tell you that I actually thought, let me see if I can pull up a daily chart here of my studies. Sometimes my studies mess up when I change time frames, but gold really broke down and out of a wedge a few days ago, and it was something I was looking at. I don't know if this is going to work. And if you take a look at gold on the daily, yeah, here we are. So, look at this upsloping trend line. This is like technical analysis 101. You have this channel up, and we really got narrow at the end of this channel. Let me get rid of this real quick. And broke down and out of it. And all that is a channel break, support, retest, just like classic TA. And since that channel broke, which I would argue would have been like on the 13th, definitely on the 16th, which was Monday. And then really yesterday started the liquidation post FOMC. And then today, if they can't take it up in this channel, there's going to be no buyers until you hit the bottom of the range. So I'm actually interested to see if we end up sweeping that February low or if we hold it. But man, that is looking like a clean top if I've ever seen one. So I would just say it's a technical breakdown driven by fundamental factors. We're moving very quickly. Definitely be aware of your size in that market. Today's range, historic. I mean, the last time we had to move this big goes all the way back to that larger breakdown. But I might trade it later in the day when it calms down a bit. It's a little wide for me currently to be trading. Definitely would obviously have to size down. But the ATR, if right now in the 5-minute, which is where I would get my stop from, is going to be about 38 points. So that is what size stop I would personally be using if I was trading that product, 38 points. And then, somebody asked me if these studies, I am going to make them available. They're something I've built, so you're not going to find it on Ninja platform, but I'm going to get them on Ninja platform. The only way I can share them right now is unfortunately sharing the code, but I'm going to get it so like people can just click a button somehow and get it on their chart. So give me a couple more weeks. I got to separate it from some stuff because it's all mushed together. All right, here we are, 4:20s, 15 minutes. I feel like this is going to be a long morning. Some mornings fly by. This doesn't feel like that. Do I use ATR to set stops? Yes, I do. So my stop size, just a little bit about how I manage positions. So I'll enter contracts in multiples of 3. That's why you'll see me trading the MES and the MNQ. I'll trade, 15, like right now I got an order for 15 MES. but I'll be using a 1.5 ATR stop, which is what this yellow calculation is. So that number is constantly in a state of change based on volatility. And then one of the targets I use, I have 3 separate targets. One of the targets I use is 2x the ATR. So if I get that 2x ATR target off, my stop moves to break even on the remainder of my position. But I'm always paying attention to the 5-minute ATR based on a 10-bar range, and I multiply that by 150% or 1.5 to spit out that number you see at the top of my screen, and that's how I determine how much risk I think is necessary when entering a trade. So, wow, another push lower.
Rack
there.
City. Oh wow, we are going lower. Yeah, once you kind of figure out, and Thrawn Shop too, if you have any questions, like you can shoot me a DM or save it for when there's lulls in the market. Happy to help. But yeah, once you kind of figure out ways to have those things help your day to day, whatever it is you're doing, whether it's for trading related things or other stuff you're working on, it really does make you a lot more productive.
We're approaching a secondary target I have here at 24,386. I'm debating if I should cover that off the open. This is like such a tough decision. Like, do I just hold it or do I just take it off the table? Definitely going to get at least 70 points, maybe 100 in my face at some point. That's really the determining factor is like, oh man, what's that going to feel like when this thing rallies 100 against me off the lows? Because it's going to happen. We're down 277. Keep one, cover half. Salma with all right. You know what? I will cover 3 at, just because I'm going to cover 3 at this 24,386. So I do have a level down there. So, and then I'll leave 2 on for fun. You're right, Salma. I can always re-enter, but I'm not going to be able to re-enter with that great of a position, average at least. What I tell you, Salma, I was going to trade Asia. I'm talking about it last night. I'm not taking a screenshot. That'll, if you want to go long, I'll take a screenshot. You guys go long. The market will instantly reverse if I screenshot my P&L. The curse of the screenshot. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if trading's ever easy. Because as soon as you think it's easy, it starts to mess with you. I think trading, it's better when the market's moving as opposed to very slow, because you get instant feedback.
What time is it? 8:17.
Let's see here. I do think just the way it's structured, I think the ES is going to get a better bid off the open. If I might enter the ES at 66.62 is actually a resistance level I got in the ES. So if we get a harder bounce, 66.62, I'm going to move my order down. Oops. Change something over here. What time does Asia open? You know what?
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah. I just say when the market reopens, to be honest. Like, I mean, you actually have, I think it's like 7 o'clock. You have Tokyo, Sydney. Yeah. So there's a few different opens.
You've got like Asia Pacific, and like the Aussies market is like an hour earlier. And then you have like the Nikkei opens, but then like parts of China open at like different times. It's like, yeah, it's kind of somewhat relative. I just like to say like what, 8 Eastern?
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
probably just
8
like a good
Eastern.
rule of thumb.
They don't agree on much. So
The different Asia markets like all open like an hour after each other, obviously, by time zones and things. And that's kind of why it's like it's relative. Depends on who you ask. Which Asia market are you talking about?
it's a big, believe it or not, it's a big continent. But yeah, so I mean, Asia session, when I'm referring to Asia session, I'm realistically just referring to anything past 6 p.m. East Coast time. And then there's, that entry last night. I don't even know what time that was. To look. It was like, I think it was like 9 o'clock Eastern. Or no, it's later than that. My entry was at 10:40. Yeah, 10:40. All right. All right. Gonna leave my order. I got an order 59.75 for the ES. Yeah, I told you 100 points in the face. It's all right. I'm already 2/3 off. I'm really not worried about it. It is what it is. But I talked it into happening. It literally happened as soon as I mentioned it.
What about pop and fade of previous day low? Yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping for more than anything else. That would cause Jack's position to partially start to get it round tripped. But yeah, if we were to make it all the way back up here off some, hand of God type bid above the week open, I would love to potentially try to step in there and short this. I don't think that's going to necessarily happen unless this is all just overblown and everybody and their friends across the pond that's been shorting this thing since whatever Asia opened last night is going to be underwater. And then we could get a violent squeeze to the upside for sure. But I just have a hard time believing this with some of the headlines that we're not going to get not necessarily a gap down, but a opening drive lower than we are trading now. But the first place I was looking for was basically this move, but I was thinking in 8 minutes, not now, would be like this little 100-point push back up towards the week open here at 500s to get at least an attempt of a reoffer. Nick, could you zoom out on your chart so I can confirm my metrics are correctly positioned? What are you talking about? Your market generated information? I can scroll, zoom, or do you want me to jump back to my long time frame, which will have all my weekly MGI? Which one were you talking about? Mitch, just let me know. Happy to help with whatevs. Referring to my indicator. Which one? The shorter time frame one? Okay. You want me to zoom out or in? But week open, sitting right around 24,500. I use Claude to help code it. Bet my metrics are messed up. Yeah, you probably want to try to confirm that he's pulling with accurate real-time data in some capacity to start to base those off of, or at least get the math correct for how he's calculating things. So you can do it. It's just it might take a couple attempts at making sure where it's pulling from accurately each day is factually correct.
Well, that rally didn't last very long.
No, I mean, we said it. I said that would be the first place I would expect sellers to come in and defend would be right at the week open. Makes perfect sense.
Yep.
I just wanted them to do this in 5 minutes, not now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's just so fast. And that's why I've been using these multiple targets, because it makes you afraid to want to take the trade when like when you have moves like that. But like for me, if I can have multiple targets and just like a stop move, that's part of what I've done to adjust the strategy to some of the markets we've had, which actually has been lack of continuation. We've had lack of continuation. Last 2 days are the first time we've really seen some continuation. Pops getting sold, drops going lower. Going to be interesting to see how this day plays out, what type of day we actually end up with. Is it a gap, drive lower, reverse back above the open? Is it going to be a gap continuation, never to see the light of day again? We're just at that pivotal level at 24,420. We have been talking about forever, since I think maybe the second time it traded. And losing this level on the daily chart is pretty important to me. We might actually, I think we're starting to get the price action that we're going to finally break down and out of this range, like with force. I'm talking looking at realistically sub 22,600. So that's 2,000 points below us in the NASDAQ over the course of potentially the next month. I think sell in May and go away might come a little early this year and be sell in April and go away. April showers. Yes, April showers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to knock on wood, but our rainy season is supposed to be like all March and April, and it's really just had a few days of it. So hopefully it's not that bad this year. I've had Marches where it's raining every single day.
Wow, I didn't realize you guys get that much rain over there.
We can.
We've had this week we've had rain, snow, and now 70-degree weather on Saturday. So.
Dude, it's going to be like 96 here.
Ooh.
I was like, what the heck is that? And then it's going to drop down to like 60 again, like a day later.
Shiver me timbers. But get your
like, what is
out.
this bipolar weather?
Great opportunity to short. Anybody short that pop? One of these indicators I have on my screen, these white dots are what I refer to as leg starts, which is just the beginning of a 3-bar continuous move or lower. And I use them as just, a potential resistance level. Of course, nothing in TA works all of the time, except that one thing that works all of the time. But, we just kind of popped right in. All it is the beginning of the last leg down. So that last leg down really began at 850. Got that white dot that prints after that third bar close. That's continuous. And we literally popped right to that on both of these indexes. So even if you don't have my indicator, that's fine. Just I actually did this by looking at the chart for the longest time until I finally coded it. And I would just actually physically mark the levels that began, whether it was a sell-off or a rally, I would just mark it with a horizontal line on my chart. And then finally I got smart enough and coded it. But just something to watch all day here today is, if we have a beginning of a leg move down, what are we doing when we retest that?
Well, I think we have a little message for the chat here before the open kicks off.
Attention traders, this is your captain speaking. We are approaching the opening bell at our cruising altitude. Please fasten your seatbelts, secure your stop losses, and keep your hands and feet inside the DOM at all times. In the event of a gap down, market exits are located at your predefined levels. Thank you for flying with us today on MT Live.
That's hilarious.
Hopefully that actually came in with the correct sound effect.
Oh, it sounded great. I thought I
Okay.
was on Southwest. I was like, wait, Nick, you're a pilot?
Hopefully that gets clipped and we can use that forever, because that was one take. That was raw. That was not rehearsed. That was me in production screwing around at 6 a.m. this morning because it made me laugh. So
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
but yeah, with that being said, folks, we are a few seconds away from the open here, so please be safe. This might be a more violent, volatile session, so be careful, use stops, and don't be afraid to sit out. No big deal to sit on your hands for a little bit. And we're off. So, like I said, one of the things I'm watching for is, do we get an opening drive lower, kind of like this? Jack, where would you cover? Or are you just holding this for basically
I just
front running
covered
zero?
3 of my 2, but now I want to just like leave these 2 on. I covered this is my final target actually is a little lower. Let me cancel this. Cancel. No.
Because we got
oh my god.
we got the March lows about 150 points lower, and then it gets just a little slippery after that. I would expect at least a reflexive bounce off last week's low, but we shall see. So far, opening drive lower.
Yeah, my let's see, what did I say? My target honestly would be 24,000 outside of just holding all day because I'm anticipating a larger time frame breakdown. 24,273 would be my actual technical exit. Outside of that, it just becomes holding because we're getting a daily time frame breakdown. We're basically gapping down 300 points, and I don't see a chance of a reversal. And so I just close my eyes and call me at 3 o'clock kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what happened to my position tracker. Let me find it.
No limit downs today. I highly doubt that. I don't think we're in an environment for a limit down.
You guys want to go to Jack's full screen and I can figure out what happened to it.
A 18-point opening range in the ES. So this is my market analyzer tool I've built that gives me a bullish or bearish reading based on multiple inputs on 3 different time frames, all 3 time frames. So I'm scanning a 5-minute, 30-minute, and hourly time frame for 5 different inputs and then summing them up. And if they're all negative or the sum is negative of those 5 inputs, it's going to print bearish. So take a look here. If you are a long bias trader, what's your market to trade here today? It's going to be ZN. At least I got to get all of the markets in here, but this is just a watch list here. Even though ZN is actually, we're rallying out of the lows in the Treasury futures, the 10-year Treasury futures. So that could be a potential reversal there in ZN. So if you're a bullish or a bull bias trader, take a look at ZN. If you're bearish, you got a list of things you could go with. Yeah, ES is going to be stronger here today. The percentage change on the ES right now, let's see, on one day is 0.8%. We're down 0.8%, and the Nasdaq's down 1.2%. So, although I'd be bearish both of them, I would not be looking to long the indexes just quite yet. Like I said, if you're a long trader and if you want to try something different here today, try ZN. If you're a bullish trader, I think we're going to get a reversal there.
Weird. Okay. Now we're back.
Or you just go long the VIX futures. I think the VIX is going to see a potential 40 handle.
Are you
35.
telling me we're gonna throw a 40 burger on the VIX today?
Not today.
Okay.
Not today. But before this, the way this is rotating lower and us holding this, I think we haven't seen panic, right? We've been in a pure consolidation for forever, literally 3-4 months here, and we haven't seen panic. Markets typically end in panic. I mean, go back to April of last year. That was sheer panic, and we rallied 50% out of those lows until you see like sheer panic. And we are just at the bottom of this range. Then the market's not going to bottom. I definitely think we're going to see it 33, 34 in the VIX. 40 might be an overshoot, but I would say 40 is sheer panic if we get there. Otherwise, just medium panic is going to be 33.
Okie dokie. We should be good now. Charts back, position tracker back. Still watching this just liquidate us lower. What is ES doing? I've not even really been paying attention to ES today. Yeah, they didn't even give me a chance. They did it in the pre-market to go back up to 500 to give me the chance to get short. And that's just upsetting.
Good morning, KTS.
Yes, coffee, in fact, is a good idea. Go get coffee if you are itching to jump into a trade just about now.
Is the percentage change based on the open of the 6 p.m. or yesterday's close? Honestly, that's just a default percentage change, and I do not know what it's. I think it's calculating based on the prior day's 5 o'clock close, but I'm not for certain. And realistically, those numbers are minute.
Yeah,
so
I don't think anyone's ever asked me that, but I always, I guess, just assumed it was based on the previous day's settlement to the next open of the sessions, which would be like whatever, 5 p.m. to Globex or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna question.
Yeah. Now I don't know. So I'm not gonna say I do know.
I don't know what the default is, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I would just assume it's right.
Why trade RTH? That's why Jack short from the top ropes last night. So we didn't have to think about trading RTH.
Exactly. I work at night, so I don't have to work at day.
Oh, God.
The whole point of staying up and working 12 hours is so you don't have to work 12 hours or whatever the number is.
And the whole point of being a trader is so you don't have to work.
And I just end up working more. But at least it's at my own pace. Yeah, I shorted Asia, or I guess you could consider it. I got short darn near close to the high last night, and I took 2 targets while I was sleeping and woke up, and I had a third that would have already been hit, and it got front run by 2 points. So I canceled it because I figured if it was finally going to trade, it was going to keep going. And it's kind of cool coming into a show up 270 or whatever so points, not going to lie. Maybe want to keep it on. But
yeah, and a great example for everybody out there who's been, if you don't understand the power of micros in high volatility environments, you can look at Jack's P&L with 2 micros still as runners.
Absolutely.
And what some an uptick in volatility can still do to a range.
Totally.
And historically, yeah, if I'm getting stopped out within seconds of trying to enter with a one lot on a mini, it usually means I should probably be scaling in with micros instead because of the current, whatever you want to call it, ATR on the 1 minute.
Yeah.
Nick, how can I get a volume profile in Delta like yours? So the volume profile on the far right is just the sessions volume profile, so RTH. And then the other one is the current swing leg, which is from the opening range low down there towards 300s to basically where we're trading right now at 400s. Those are custom, but we are actually working on a free version of some of the leg-to-leg stuff. So stay tuned. If not, you could try to probably build one yourself if you really wanted to. Yeah, for all the volatility, ES has only given us like a 12-point opening range.
Yeah, yesterday the first 30 minutes really weren't going anywhere.
I know. I got stopped out trying to short 960s too, which I guess in the grand scheme of things, looking at today's price, hurts even more now as I'm realizing that.
Ooh.
I mean, not like I ever hold positions, through sessions anymore. It's very rare that I ever do that, but that would have been a decent trade to at least hold and feel comfortable holding at least until Powell's presser started.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where I think the re-offer is going to be here.
Now we're moving.
You go back to the open temporarily, at least on that 24,420 here. They like it. They still like it.
For a minute, that doesn't shock me, but at least there will be one here in the near future that has at least me and the boys' stamp of approval because we've actually used it and played around with it and tested it a little bit. So hopefully that comes sooner or later. But yeah, I'm sure somebody in the ecosystem has put stuff out there.
Yeah, I do watch mini charts and execute on micro.
That's usually what I do too. I just cross trade it. I watch everything still on the mini. Otherwise, you have to change all your settings and things. It never made sense for me because I'd still rather be paying attention to the larger contract.
Yeah, I also just like to make things complicated. So I use separate softwares as well to look at different things just to make my brain seize. There's few times, I mean, there's never going to be like a massive price difference between micros and minis, but I do see, and it's often the NQ dives deeper than the micro does. So if we run into like a level that I have, let's say I'm looking at 24,600, and the NQ will trade it, but the micro will not. The micro will typically be we'll trade just under it, or like 24,000, like 598, and then the NQ will trade 24,600. I don't know why that is, but I mean, it's not as deep as a notional value, but it's just micros are just, especially for multiple exits, it's just easier unless you're trading. Well, you have to think about how many exits are you taking in like a standard trade. Like for me right now, it's 3 exits, and I'm not gonna, right now in the NASDAQ, the average to range is 71 points. So that's about, for my stop size, that's $1,400 a NQ mini. Multiply that by 3, which is what would be required. The amount of contracts would be required to execute like my strategy. I mean, that's looking at, almost $5,000 of risk. So on a single trade, and I'm not personally taking a lick for 5K on a trade. You have 2 losses, which is plenty easy to do. You'd be down $10,000, which is out of my wheelhouse of acceptable risk tolerance. I entered this trade last night with I think it was $1,000 of risk, which is even. Normally I'll do 500 to 1,000 depending on my confidence on the trade per trade. And yeah, I mean, the R reward on this trade has been I think 3 or 4 XR, 3 or 4R, maybe bigger. And that's me with taking smaller first targets just to lock in that break even. Definitely want to see us continue to see some selling from these levels. This is otherwise, if we start ripping back above that spike high, that ATR expansion right before the open it got dumped on, I think the NASDAQ could rally as high as back to my little green line, which is at 24,600. If we spike above this level here, then I do think at some point we'll probably get back up to that 24,600. So break above this, I will be just taking off the remainder of my position and being patient. But as long as we stay below what we were just sold into, I'm anticipating new lows. How did I know that Asia session would be the high of the day? Oh, here's the thing. I didn't. I never know what's going to happen, and you can't run under the anticipation of what's going to happen. It's more trading is just a bunch of if-then statements. So I figured if we came into this resistance, we would at least get a temporary sell-off. Yesterday was a very hard selling into the close on the back of a FOMC / press conference. So that really sets a tone, especially with this heart of selling as we saw for more than 3 hours. It's going to continue in Asia. So I thought there was going to be a continuation of what was the end of day trend. So then I determined a potential resistance level. Once that resistance level traded, I simply got short, used a strategy of multiple targets. In case I was wrong, I figured a lot of times I'm just looking, if I could just get a little bit of a move my way, I can then protect my position. And if I'm right bigly, like in this case this morning, I'm just letting that remainder run. Did I know I was going to wake up 300 points, in my position? Absolutely not. Was that part of a potential thesis? Yes, it was. But there's no known in trading. It's just managing positions.
Let's talk about this from another version too, because Jack and I trade different. Early February, if we want to go full screen for my chart for a hot second. Jack's entry. Any second now, we'll go full screen. Oh, you're good. Hang on. My connection might be crappy. Okay. So yeah, my connection was choppy, so we'll hold on my screens here in a second. But the logic is I'm going to show you Jack's entry and what it looks like in terms of candles and the volume structure for basically going back to early February when you see the bottom of this range. There we go. Now we can see it. But Jack's entry, right here at 700. It's look at the bottom edge of all this structure for weeks, sitting right here around 700. So like you said, there's no absolutes in trading. This is going to be the Globex high type thing. But Jack finds an entry based on a decent area that might make sense to act as resistance, and he puts a stop that makes sense for his own risk tolerance, and then it potentially can work out like this. So yeah, it can be as simple as that. But Jack and I don't know this, but I'm just looking at exactly his entry and a spot I would mark on volume profile, line up exactly. So it makes sense.
Trading it's just, there's so many avenues to it. You can't think about anything as absolute. There's no absolutes in trading. but you just have to have game plans of theses and then risk management. So if I like it. Speaking of risk management, I'm gonna have to start, or at least have my finger on the exit all trigger if we do start bidding above that candle. But solid advice from the chat telling me to exit three of the 5.
How long does it take? Oh, how long does it take to NQ and ES to go back to normal speed after the rollover? I think we're looking at slightly different things. I think you're seeing an uptick in just volatility purely based on the war headlines that have come out over the last 24 hours, coupled with some illiquidity because we're still kind of rolling contracts. But by the end of today, I would expect most players, larger players, have pretty much finished rolling, and that'll continue into probably early parts of tomorrow. So yeah, it should start to feel normal today. Usually yesterday, we probably have 3/4 of the volume on the new contract anyway.
I was like, normal movement? What's that? Normal volume on the indexes was a question relative to the rollover. Gotcha.
10 Mile says June is 5 times the volume today. So we're about as good as it gets until technically next week when everybody is 100% on June, pretty much.
All right. I'm gonna close.
But yeah, let's see if we get any reaction here at the week open.
So my short, one of these things I watch is this green line, and on trend days, it just acts as resistance level. So I was kind of under the anticipation that we would have a trend day. So if at any point in time we do get back up to that line, that 24,605, I will be looking short. I did just cover the final bit as we are breaking back up. We're through the open. I do still think there's a great chance we make new lows of the day here, but I'm not gonna stick around on that remainder of the entry here because we're breaking above what I thought we needed to hold to continue straight down. And so I think we could rally maybe even another 100 points here. So I'm looking for us to retest this green line, which is, as I explained earlier, the blue line you'll always see on my chart is the midpoint of the prior day, 24-hour session, dead middle. And then this green line is simply the middle of the prior day to whatever low we currently have. And so picture it as being like the bottom 25% or the bottom quarter of the range. Or on highs, I keep it as an orange line, it's the top quarter of the range. And in trend days, we very rarely, like if we're truly going to trend, we're not going to get above that. It's just sellers, 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 sellers. So if we can go up there and retest, that was kind of what my short was based on last night, my anticipation of a trend day, move up into that resistance. And then, you can see where my targets were taken. This blue line, this blue arrow here, these were my targets, target 1, target 2. My stop was moved to break even. And then I split my final target 3, target 4 right here. So that's how that trade was thought out.
Is there a good stream to hear market news, upcoming speakers? You can subscribe to probably some Squawk services out there, or you can, just check Financial Juice throughout the day or when things are happening. It depends on kind of what you're looking for.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's Squawk services where I honestly think at this point, some of them are just automated and getting things pushed from Bloomberg, and then they verbalize it. But yeah, there are services out there.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I feel like with the news stuff, what news do you want? It's probably Twitter is honestly your best tool, or X.
Like, and unless you're trading large amounts of size, the latency is not going to really affect you that much compared to even how we react to things in real time. When Tracy or Craig throws something in the chat, that's about as quick as I could possibly ever imagine getting anyway, and it still wouldn't cause me to, I guess, change the way I trade based on having it, whatever, another 30 seconds quicker than that.
Yeah.
No, I get it. That makes sense. You don't want to be in trades if something's going on. I think it's just a good idea to understand like when red folder news is coming out. But let's be honest, the cycle we're in, we can't control at any point that our commander in chief can say anything at any time, whether it be in front of a camera or with his thumbs, and the market will move. So we just can be as prepared as possible, which is, I guess, not be caught off guard. Like right now, leading in the next 5 minutes with new home sales, wholesale inventories, just quick things like that. And then Fed speakers when they are coming out. So Financial Juice is a good place just to understand the day's speakers, if they are Fed speakers or anybody else that can actually, or that actually gives remarks on monetary policy and things. Like Financial Juice is like a simple place to at least see the day's schedule as far as data releases and speakers.
You also have to realize there's different types of news events. There's known news events. Nick mentioned like the calendar, right? So Red Star news events, Fed speakers, that's all out there. And then you have tweets that nobody knew was coming. And there's really no way to, if you want to be a trader, you kind of got to get used to being in the market when most of this stuff is coming out.
Yeah.
You can avoid red folders because there's not a ton of them. You can even avoid maybe like an orange folder. But if you don't want to be in positions, like you got to ask yourself, why don't you want to be in positions when somebody's speaking? I mean, most of the time I think like the news just completes the move, or potentially starts it. Like the other day, last time I was on stream with Nick, Jensen Huang came out and said they were going to make $1 trillion, and I think he top ticked the market, and I got stopped out. But it's like, that's just the cost of doing business, unfortunately. Like, did I know he was speaking? Yes. Did I care? No. Did I end up losing because of it? Sure. But, that's trading.
Yeah. And that just shows like it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be Trump tweeting something. It can be a random press release from any company in the Fortune 100, let's call it, that could possibly cause a move in the indices. How many days, Jack, last year were there just random announcements of quote unquote handshake strategic partnership deals between the like 10 companies in the AI bubble that were just like passing money, out of one pocket into the other. And it was like day after day of press release after press release of somebody else reaching a, handshake $10 billion commitment that really never went anywhere kind of stuff. And the market would rally like 0.25% in seconds off these releases.
Yeah. I mean, that market feels like a decade ago because of the different conditions of which we were under, but you're right. I mean, every other day was, OpenAI deal here, Microsoft deal there. Now it's lawsuits. Now we're seeing, I saw Microsoft was decided to sue OpenAI for their deal with Amazon. And I'm like, not that I know the exact details, but I mean, we're probably going to see a lot more of that defensive positioning as opposed to being on the offense of the investing side of things. People are trying to protect what they think is rightfully theirs by contractual agreements moving forward.
I wanted potentially the reoffer like just a smidge higher, like right here. 540s would have been nice. 560s.
Yeah, this is if we end up stalling here. No, I closed on that last candle. If we end up stalling here and moving back lower, I would think that's pretty aggressive. I'll probably reshort. We would need to get back down to lows, and then I'd probably adjust some orders down to sell a pop. But right now I'm still looking for maybe a bit higher before getting short again. Yeah, the first level I have right now is 24,531s for the NQ, but I don't know if we can get there. It's a fifth bar here. In the meantime, can we get some likes for my 300-point banger trade? Not that you guys were here for the entry, but sorry. We haven't convinced Ninja to let me stream 24/7.
Great trade though, man.
Thank you.
But yeah, guys, there are 1,200 people here. We need more likes. If you didn't realize, Tuesday was the 1-year anniversary of the rebirth of NT Live. I was there from day one, along with many folks that are here and helpful behind the scenes. So do us all a favor. Make sure you have hit like and subscribe, because we are actually less than 3,000, or excuse me, almost 3,000 subscribers away from celebrating our 200,000 subscriber milestone. And we're going to be doing a ton of awesome giveaways and fun stuff to celebrate that when it happens. So the quicker we get there, the quicker we can celebrate with all of you guys.
Guys, if we get to 200,000 subscribers, Leo's going to send out peanut butter to everybody.
when was that?
Wait, did he say
from?
Nutter Butters?
Did he say peanut butter?
I heard peanut butter, then I was like, it's got to be Nutter Butter.
Wait, I probably missed the stream, but was this the GIF argument? I'm just gonna take a guess. Anybody?
I honestly don't want Leo's peanut butter, so I'm gonna take my like back.
Yep. Theron Shop, who's here just about every single day, says yes, it was in fact a GIF argument.
So the wait, like Jif peanut butter, like what's better?
No, it was the pronunciation of the animated file that is a GIF, by the way.
Okay. Who thinks it's a GIF?
That's I don't know, but clearly it's sparked a peanut butter debate.
I was gonna say I did do a blind taste test of peanut butter one time, and I was surprised to learn that the peanut butter I buy I did not think was the best.
Oh, the best tasting peanut butter is definitely one that's going to slowly kill you. I'm definitely guilty of that myself. Although I do dabble every once in a while. I get like in a weird mood where I'm like, let me do this, and then I finish the jar and I'm like, yeah, that kind of sucked. Let me go back to the cheap stuff.
Little peanut butter fluff sandwich like I'm 12.
Oh, I am still a avid PB&J enjoyer. I guess when you run in like Texas heat sometimes, like there's nothing that's better than like an electrolyte hydration thing and like a PB&J after like finishing a long run. It is like still the greatest like post-workout meal. Just sugar, simple carbs, fat. Love it.
Yeah. I might have to try that. It's been a while since I've had one.
I just think when you have sweat that much, like same thing, like Texas humidity, I'm sure it doesn't get that bad in Chicago, but when it's 100 degrees here and 100% humidity, some days it's pretty miserable, but that always hits. I am going to watch here to see if I can potentially get in short on a reoffer. New home sales were bad. I haven't seen the number, but that doesn't surprise me.
I want to see my little green lines, 6,672 and 24,605s. But once again, a defense of that, yesterday in the stream, I was literally talking to us about getting down to 24,420s and filling that futures rollover gap. Now, of course, because I was short, I'm not as excited to go long because that's just the mental bias I'm going to have. But had I not been short, that level is something I talked about in stream yesterday, and me and Nick have actually talked about it 5 different times over and talked about it again this morning. But a defense of this level and a reversal would absolutely surprise me if we somehow get above overnight highs, which I'd rule nothing out in the markets because I've seen so much stuff that I never thought was going to happen. But if that were to happen, then, Friday and next week could potentially be aggressive rallies. But I still think we're bearish here, just to preface that.
What is a PB&J? A peanut butter and jelly, sir.
What country are you from? Where did you grow up?
I mean, were you
ever a child?
We get asked on a trading show what MGI is. So anybody not knowing acronyms doesn't surprise me anymore.
Fair.
But I've learned. I mean, people call acronyms different things. I think you and I experienced it where we thought DLL meant daily loss limit, but someone was talking about some other acronym for DLL and Ninja that I didn't know existed.
Yeah, direct link login or something.
Yeah, Jim knew it. That was great.
Oh, okay. It's like Vegemite, Larry.
Oh, Larry's from Australia. No, it is not like Vegemite.
You put it on a sandwich.
So yeah, you take peanut butter, which I hope there is in Australia. If not, I mean, that would surprise me. And you get some level of jelly or jam. That is your fruit spread of choice. And you put it on between two pieces of bread. And you enjoy it. Sometimes served with Cheetos, sometimes served with kettle cooked potato chips is always good.
Yeah, the Daily Lost.
Sav, really? So, okay, now I got to ask my Europe friends, is peanut butter not a thing? Are we that disgusting? Well, I know it was invented here, but
Yeah. Wait, was it Frederick Douglasson, or who's the guy that invented peanut butter?
I mean, I'm sure there's somebody in the chat who can know, so I don't have to Google this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I believe it was invented in the 1800s. George Washington Carver. No, but I thought he was the myth one where he actually didn't invent it.
Kane loves it with beans. Listen, if anybody's from England, you have no right to talk about food and quality and taste. I'm going to be honest.
Okay, so yeah, apparently this is not a European thing. So fair enough.
Gosh, the things I learn on this stream.
Okay, so they're saying he did. So it was apparently George Washington Carver. Well, now I got to Google it because I don't believe anybody anymore. I know this is something that we actually did learn in U.S. history class, just as an FYI. They did teach this in schools. I don't know why.
I want to see one more just jam higher up into like 24,568 area. I'm afraid we're going to sell off from here, though.
See, now it says Marcus Gilmore Edson, who was a Canadian, apparently, who invented it. So now we're going to have debates in the chat on this conspiracy of who really invented it. Now they're saying someone may have stolen the recipe.
All right.
So here we go. Conspiracy time for our friends in the chat. This is, like I said, I want to watch the week open here. We're starting to see some sellers step in around that 24-hour VWAP. There was some absorption on that high. Nothing that's making me want to jump into this just yet. I'd like to see a refresh of the reoffer that kind of came in at 520s.
Take a look at my little scanner market here again, see if anything's flipped here. Gold is, gold retesting after we talked about it this morning. Gold's actually staged a pretty nice reversal. It's up 140 points off the low. So, like I said, I'm actually interested in it, swinging gold long from these levels because we're at some daily support levels from the breakdown in early February. So keep an eye on gold here. Let's see. Also for currencies, ZN, talked about that earlier, being bullish. Let me bring this into view. One of the cool things you can do with Ninja is if you have a watch list here, you see this color coordination. So I have the instrument link tied to my watch list. And so I can, if I click, any of these markets, I can quickly just pull it up as opposed to typing it in, which is really nice if you are trading multiple markets here. But you can see on my bullish watch list, we got 6E here. ZN, which I mentioned earlier, that was the first one on. I mentioned that about right at the open, and we've been rallying since then. But I actually think a reversal for ZN and GC is on the table here. Oops.
Gold bounced a little bit too.
Yeah.
Bitcoin going to zero finally? I doubt it. What's it trading? Until we are trading in the 50s, I would say we're going to probably still bounce. Wasn't there like 56 or something? A level I saw a lot of people talking about.
Yeah, I think that's right around the low. I actually don't really know off the top of my head, but
yeah, it shows how much I watch it. But I feel like for something like that, like that's the only way I could trade it is just macro level to macro level, if that makes any sense.
yeah.
Like me trying to do anything outside of a couple micro Bitcoin contracts to try to swing it, I'd sound like I would just get eaten alive every day if I wasn't doing that.
Yeah, the micro is great on Bitcoin. The thing is, it's like one of those instruments specifically for like swinging. It actually is kind of looking like gold did on the daily chart before the breakdown, except we never rally, but we're in this upsloping daily channel in Bitcoin. That's looking like it's starting to crack.
Bitcoin kind of oddly makes technical sense. When I used to do like weekly prep on micro Bitcoin, like when it actually started getting some liquidity, when the CME contract did, and I started doing prep for it, whatever, like this was well over a year ago, on Sundays, because there were a lot of traders that wanted to play around with it and trade it. It was actually weird how technical it seemed to kind of react on just simple things like volume and volume profile and stuff. It was just cool to see because it was something I had never historically watched, and you just kind of were like, oh, okay, so it does weirdly trade like you would hope an actual financial instrument should, and not what I think some people try to make it out to be, that it's, all just some scam and is not actually liquid and all these things. Like, no, it trades like a real financial instrument should. Respecting levels, support, resistance, just basic things, which I guess in something that I don't watch every day, you would that's how you kind of have to base entries off of. This is, like I said, I'm still watching right here for the reoffer. I have a hard time believing that it was so over again this morning and we're just going to fall back into this range again forever. Bitcoin's easier for you to trade than NQ. I weirdly could believe that. NQ is very sloppy sometimes. Especially in times of high volatility. NQ is just ridiculous. Yes, the range from hell, quoted by me as soon as I came on the air this morning. Never forget, we are, like I said, bouncing off what I called this morning, like the last gas effort from buyers to try to step in and defend last month's low. I would really call that the range bottom. I'm not going to call this last week's low as part of this range. I would say that's just, excess on the gap down to start the week. But the week open, the 500 spot is a good place, I would say, to base the bottom of this range. And even higher than that, if you guys remember that old level that we were talking about on the March contract, kind of that 440s to 460s spot. Yeah, even down to, the 420s or whatever. But that would basically, put us back right here in this kind of box. Like those range lows is pretty much that 600 to 640s area. I think the spread was about 200 points when we were coming into roll week. So that would be that same kind of level. Delta telling me we're going to grind higher. Yeah. If we keep building above, if we get above probably 550s, 560s, it would not shock me to see us go back and retest the previous day close, previous day low, even in fact, Jack's entry from last night, like back up towards that 700 spot, which is the bottom edge of probably the actual value for this wide balance that we've been in. Like that, what I would call that the value area low at the very least, maybe even slightly higher than that, but wouldn't be the worst spot to see do sellers kind of return at the overnight high. But so far, we are rejecting at that 560s area. So, like I said, for me, reoffer is still kind of what I'm looking at, but we get above this level, I would expect us to rotate to previous day low, previous day close. previous day low at 24,564. I have 24,646 or something. Someone else can confirm that, but I'm pretty sure mine's accurate because I see it on two different charting platforms. Like I said, I'm going to watch 520s here, see if I can get an entry to jump in on a short. I may have missed it, but I was talking and I wasn't really watching the tape right here. I was literally staring at you guys. Ninja, you have 24,565. I mean, I have previous day low at 642. So okay, here's the real question, because I've gotten into this argument with the chat before. Are you utilizing just the RTH previous day low or the extended trading hours previous day low? Because I would consider that like the previous day's overnight low, which outside of yesterday's RTH, I don't care that much about as like a physical level. Extended. Okay, so then that makes sense. People can differ on how they want to categorize things. It's just not something I look at outside of that direct session. So for me, that would be in the session that we are at. I would call it for me, only for that direct session would be the overnight low is how I would consider it. That would not look to me as previous day low, because previous day low to me is only the RTH hours. But you guys can call it what you want. I'm not saying that level doesn't exist. I'm just saying it's not what I would call previous day low. It's funny though that I've encountered so many people in the chat that use like the extended session as like their high and lows. I think Chris and somebody else does that too. Chris, are you in the chat? I know I feel like I've heard you use extended hours as your highs and lows too. But like I said, it could become a welcome debate between people. Some people like to view it certain ways.
Coming up on 25 minutes of consolidation here, so I think we'll break one direction or the other by 10:25.
Yep. See, Chris is a extended trading hours previous day low enjoyer as well. So you have the support of Chris, but apparently not me.
You could say RTH and Globex too, just to make it clear. Try to label as many things as possible. Somebody asked me a question about what my indicator consists of. I'll give you two of the five because the other three are something I created, so you're not going to understand them anyway. But two of the inputs are VWAP, which is above or below VWAP, and then the parabolic SAR. So those are two of the inputs. So I actually don't even have VWAP on my screen, but I would assume we're below it. But I actually don't even know. Are we below it? I don't know on my screen.
Trade to sale. No, we are not having another gap fill discussion ever again. I'm not falling for that to get in. Neither is Stowe or anyone else. We're not doing gaps again. We're not going to do this because it just gets everybody riled up. Everyone's got a different perspective.
Haza, that is a question for Nick only.
Nick and Jack, I want to incorporate order flow into my trading to get a more precise entry. What would be the best things for me to incorporate, like footprint data, etc.? It depends on what resonates with you. Some people can read it. You can be like XY and read a DOM like Rain Man, honestly, the way he is able to kind of see things, and I think I'm seeing them, and I'm wrong. He's usually right. I tend to watch delta by price more effectively in conjunction with time and sales and a little bit of what I'm seeing as far as the pulling and stacking and how things refresh on a DOM. It depends on kind of what works for your brain and your learning style, if I'm being honest. You can watch some of his videos. You can check out some of my the GIFs that I put on my course that actually show some of these things happening in a very simulated way, but at least to kind of put two and two together from a reading format to visualizing it in real time, utilizing replay mode with things that you notice, like reversals or like V-shape type moves or breaking consolidation and kind of moving past some of that. Like you make note of those, you watch it in replay, and then you kind of watch the footprint, watch time in sales, watch a DOM. And when those things happen where you already know kind of what you're expecting to see, you see the behavior start to happen like in whatever format of order flow you're trying to start to learn. And then you start to kind of incorporate that pattern recognition into your brain to see things, to see what might happen in a scenario happening again in the future. That's a good way to start learning it. I hope that's helpful. But yeah, how's it just start? XY's playbook is great. You can check out my course. XY has a ton of videos on YouTube of DOM videos and stuff too. So just there's a ton of content that we've put out there for free. You can check out Leo's playbook too, but a lot of good written content is at least going to get you started.
My green resistance line is calculated by taking the middle of the prior day as a starting point. Okay, so if you picture that, the middle of the prior day is the blue line on my screen. And then if you were to take the middle of the prior day and draw it to the current low and divide that by 2, that's how that green line is formed. And it was the dead set high of last night. And that's where I got short. And if it trades again, whenever it will eventually trade again, it'll reset after the close. But when it trades again, I will be a seller. And until then, I'm patient. I would be a little more aggressive if I didn't take a 300-point trade that I wrote all night here. But I'm kind of actually done for the day. And as soon as I get off stream, I will be going about my life in other ways than sitting here.
Man, as much as I love everybody in the chat, sometimes I've been talking during like this entire sequence, this rebid up here and a lot of this, and I didn't get an opportunity to short the week open safely. I'm not watching the damn DOM. That's on me. But I love you all. I don't care missing trades anymore. It happens regularly.
Miss them every day.
I mean, they teased me with the week open touch in the pre-market and then flushed it 200 points. And then we'll see how low we go this time.
I think we're taking out lows.
Yeah, I do too.
I think we're going, my targets below us are still 24,260 in the NQ and then 24,212s below us. And for the ES, I'm looking at right below the lows, 66.05s, and then, man, on a kicker, 66.75. And I do think that's on the table. Taking out this low after defending it, really, that was the Bulls' last chance here. I think this attempt we just made higher is the Bulls' last chance at that 24,420. Back below and staying below 24,420. I think we got another 200 points below us before lows are made. Yeah, that calculation is always running on my screen. So let me pull up a market that's on highs. Somebody give me a market that's on highs right now. I actually don't know which one would be is CL. So here, let me pull up CL, show you what the inverse of this would look like. Blow this up real quick. So you have the midpoint. Look at this blue line. This just auto plots every day. It's very hard to build, in my opinion, price-based indicators that actually carry weight. Where you often see, just look at this. This is just midpoint bounce, 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 upper mid. Like, I mean, this is almost too great of an example, but it doesn't always look this clear. But yeah, so this is the inverse where the orange line is the opposing sequence because oil is moving higher as opposed to the indexes. They're going to be below the mid. So I call this the upper mid, the mid, and then the green I refer to as the lower mid. And that is literally something I came up with. People always ask me, where do you learn this stuff? I'm like, literally, I had this chat a long time ago. I was like, I actually just get hammered and stare at my screen sometimes after a night out and then come up with stuff. And then like, that's how I came up with that.
That's a beautiful mind at work right there, folks. I think there was a joke in Beer Fest about that. It's like drunken recall or something.
I mean, we really didn't pick up selling yesterday till what, 2:30? I mean,
Yeah,
of course it was
really
post
like
FOMC, but
towards the the end of the presser, which I didn't even watch for once. I was like neck deep in other projects and completely forgot what time it was.
state dependent memory.
Yes.
Yeah, that is what I refer to as the hammered alpha strat. Yeah. So just sharing with you guys. I mean, not that I do that often, just to be clear, but there's been nights where you just get home and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna come up with something, and I just stare at. And also, I've been recording a video of myself every single morning, and you guys, I'll encourage you to do this. I've been recording a video every single morning for at least eight, maybe 10 years of my trade plan. Like that long. So what I would do is I would go back to the recording, because you ever make a trade plan or like have an idea of what you're going to do, and then the market opens and you don't do it?
Yep.
All the time. We all do it. And so what I would do is like that would give me a reference point to actually go back and look. Like I would go back and look, what did I say I was going to do? And of course I never did it. And then I would start thinking about, whatever I said I was going to do, how can I how can I stick to that plan more? Like, what can I do to stick to that plan? And then you just start noticing things. But, yeah, trade plans are better trader than me, says Chris. I feel the same. So, I mean, the first step to understanding your trade plan is better than you probably. And I think your trade plan will always be better than also all of us because we're humans. But we can get close to them. Is to record a trade plan. And even if nobody's watching it, just record it, make a private YouTube channel, whatever you want to do to store that data. And then you can look back. I think that's a really helpful tool.
Yeah, I need to vibe code a persona bot of myself that literally no emotion, just levels trades my trade plan, because that guy's probably rich. Yeah. Purely just when it hits, he takes the entry with defined risk and lets it roll.
Yeah,
take my ego out of it, the emotion out of it. You're probably always going to be better.
And also that's why I trade with bracket orders. I do less thinking. I'm like, I don't need to add thinking to my trading. I need to, in fact, remove thinking to my trading. I need to not be overthinking.
Oh boy. Well, my trade plan was to potentially look for a reoffer at the week open.
Written plan's great. Yeah, I just got to put my lipstick on. This is chapstick. Okay, I live in a dry climate. You won't catch me putting lipstick on the NinjaTrader cam, please. What a ridiculous move that would be. Please don't clip me. Of course. Let's see, what is the weakest market here? Bitcoin is really, let me show you guys that daily chart. Let's see here. This is what I was talking about, that Bitcoin looks like gold did before the collapse. And now it's a little different because gold is much higher in its range. Come on, load me up. So you see this channel here that we're kind of breaking down. We're up channeling here, and we're breaking down of this up channel. And obviously we've increased speed to the downside after this is a failed breakout. We made a new high of the range in Bitcoin on the 17th, followed by very aggressive selling that basically took out the previous day. It wouldn't be considered bearish engulfing because there's a candle in between, but we did a bearish engulfing between on the 18th. We bearish engulfed the candle. I believe that is that Monday. And now we're cutting back down through the range. Now, if you compare that to gold, where you have that upsloping channel that breaks, let me show you what that looks like. So this could be something, Bitcoin will be something that I will look for, although the index, there's plenty to short right now. But if you take a look at gold here, you can see this upsloping channel. Now, of course, it's at the top of the range. Then you have that break of that channel and then a swift move down to the bottom of the range. So I would think that Bitcoin is going to retest the bottom of the range, similar to how gold's playing out.
They're trying to bait me into an obligatory 420 long. Yes, they are.
Yeah, 420.
What time frame do I use? I trade off a 500 volume NQ chart, which is going to behave similar to like a 1 minute. And yes, 420 guy is in fact real and apparently is still defending and absorbing and trying to push us back up.
Oh, he real, he big. He been there a long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we lose 420s, we're probably going new lows.
I mean, take a look. I'll pull up I know I'm kind of like I said, I'm done trading, so I'll continue to switch these daily charts. But this 420, Nick and I's, not that it's our favorite number, but it is the favorite number to like trading every time we're on stream. And we are just bouncing on it over and over and over again. Just like we're starting to kind of lose it here. So.
Yeah, apparently that was a real buyer, not just a meme. There was some games going on there. Like I said, someone was trying to bait me into jumping in long, and apparently it wasn't a bait. It was, in fact, a real positive delta stepping in there to save the world.
Wow. Great bid off that.
Not a meme. Real. It is a thing. Anybody else take 420 longs? You're right there. I even got a nice little delta flip as confirmation.
Definitely would say bulls need to defend that low moving forward. A loss of that low is no bueno. I feel like there's shenanigans every day in the market. If you don't like shenanigans, don't trade.
Oh, we like I didn't even notice. We did like to the tick bounce off the 5 minute mid in ES.
Phone caller.
And you're blocked.
Got out of your short at 430. Well, hopefully I helped somebody see that the tape was starting to change a little bit right there. Oh, was it the 30-second mid too? Yeah, I guess that does kind of make sense because the opening range in ES was pretty small to begin with. Yeah, I guess you're right. It was 30-second basically also.
I do not use Jex or Bookmap. I don't use any tools that you don't see on my screen. I have other charts that aren't on my screen, but I don't like, I'm not hiding a secret little weapon in the corner.
No one's gonna believe that. They want the alpha.
I told you it's the hammered alpha strat. Try it. Come up with something on your own.
And this is your friendly Nick reminder that any of our college basketball enjoyers out there, you have roughly an hour and 30 minutes to submit your bracket.
Okay, where do we submit this bracket?
I mean, wherever. I mean, I think even Kalshi was doing like a $10 million perfect bracket challenge. Like they're any of the sites.
Gotcha. I thought there was one going on in NinjaTrader. I was like, whatever, I'll do it.
No, I don't think it. I mean, if there was a NinjaTrader live one, I was not on that email. So no fun for me. But I think everyone knows who's my national championship pick at this point. So it really doesn't matter.
I got an idea. It's that Harvard of the
Harvard of the West.
Harvard of the West.
But we are getting some absolute real buying here off that 420 level. Shocker.
Unbelievable.
I would love to say I'm getting sick of the 420 games, but I'm not because it keeps happening.
Yeah, I'd also say I'm surprised by that 420, but I'm not because we keep talking about it. I think they're watching us. But I got prior day low, as in the Globex low, is the next thing I really think bulls need to give above, and that's 24,565, and that might be where I take my next short if we can get up there. This candle though, this expansionary candle, that's an ATR expansion too. You can see that candle has turned yellow on my screen, which means it's 50% larger than the average. Definitely needs to stay above. What other levels do I use? I use fib levels. So like I can tell you right now without even drawing it that low is probably a 61 of the low. Also, you have a fair value gap there. Yeah, I just measured it. It's exactly 61% of that leg up, that most recent pullback low is. But it is also, and I've said this before, the 24,420 level for me is the 2024 high drawn to the all-time high divided by 2. That's what that level is for me. And that's an important level.
Oh, we're not going to film me, are we?
I don't necessarily look for an entry because there's an expansionary bar, but like in this specific case, if I would look right now for what I call an ATR failure, which is when you expand range one direction, but then fail to continue. I think that's a higher probability of us actually happening here. If I were to guess what's going to happen, we're going to have this ATR up within the next 25 minutes. So that bar closed at 10:35. So by 11 o'clock, that's 25 minutes, one time cycle. If we are back below the start of that bar come one time cycle, I would use that as a high to trade against and start assuming we're going to get a new low. I don't think this ATR bar has proven anything yet. It needs to continue from there. If we have an ATR expansion bar and continue up for the next time cycle, then I'm in the belief that we have, willing and continued buyers. If we don't, that's just a temporary buyer. It is a shakeout of shorts. It is a trap for longs. And if we are back below that low, I'm looking for a new low of the day. I'm looking for those levels I mentioned earlier, which I'll reiterate. It is 24,215 area. And really the ES potentially as low as 2065. I'll just say 65.83 off the bat. But as you can see, there really isn't much of a continuation right now to the upside. So just I'm continuing to be careful with any longs.
I'm not going to say it, but you guys know I'm not happy. I mean, guys, there's been several times in my trading journey with, learning from somebody like Leo, when Leo has said to me, like, you should probably do market orders sometimes. And there are several moments. This was one of those moments, apparently, that if I had market ordered in, I would not feel any pain right now of missing this trade. And I can't, in good conscience, actually re-enter at VWAP if we were to go all the way back up, because the trade potentially back to RTH VWAP was that whole rotation. We'll see. But that was unfortunate for me. But hey, it happens. They did me dirty on that one. That's no question. Lito, I don't use footprints. It's too much noise for me with everything else I look at between the DOM, time and sales, and delta. Just like one extra thing that shows me the same thing a different way that I always found was just too much for me. I didn't see it well. The volume profile, that is just the sessions volume profile, the one on the far right. Oh, first from the right to left. Yes, that is the sessions volume profile. Sorry, I was trying to read that again. How do I get the delta flip markers on my candles? That is a custom indicator from Order Flow Labs. It's a part of the delta map, which also is the reason you see my candles repaint gray, blue, red. They're on chop. No, usually when this happens to me twice, whether it be not taking the short because I was talking the first time off 520s, not taking the 420 long because I still was thinking shorts, and then not once again taking that reoffer or trying to take the reoffer but missing the entry, it might just mean, hey, it's just not my trade day. I'm not taking any damage. I haven't taken a loss. I haven't gotten filled on anything. So it just is what it is. Maybe I just sit it out for now. It is what it is. Wow.
I really can't tell who some of the sound bites are from. I've even heard them from myself and be like, wow, who is that? And I find out it's me talking in a voice. Yeah, sloppy, choppy, bearish bias, great range though. I mean, still tradable. You got fat candles. ATR running 98 points here in the NQs.
How do I get it to stay on the right of the chart? Are you talking about my volume profile? You just kind of set it there, or you offset it if you don't want it directly on your price axis. Yeah, like you would okay, so this one, the volume profile one, I think this one is custom too technically, but you can, with the order flow edition of NinjaTrader, you can just have that composite profile and just do the RTH session. And I believe you would just set the offset to like 0. Someone in the chat that knows NinjaTrader better than me could probably yeah, it's a composite profile. See, there you go. But then you just set it for RTH hours, and it just starts building from the RTH open to close. And then I have it set that it stays there into Globex as well, just for visual. On the rare occasion that I'm trading pre-market or Globex, I at least see the previous day's volume profile. But yeah, if you have you can just plug in the order flow volume profile indicator and play around with it. But I think people in the chat are giving you some good advice if you want to play around and test. But yeah, on top of that though, like I said, I know Leo is working on releasing a free version of the leg to leg stuff for everybody, or at least the delta profile. I don't know if it's the true leg to leg version with the volume and delta, but at least a delta profile in the way that we like to use it.
I think we're going to find out what
I
this
heard Nick
market
is
wants
going
to
to
do.
make a 33-hour AI video to show Ninja profile settings. Oh God. No, but I am making a video version of the written course, which has taken a lot more of my time than I expected, just converting written form to video form. So that will be out there as well, since I know some of you don't like to read or can't read.
Some of you can't read. Ugh. Those are the ones that don't type in the chat. Those are the ones that don't give us likes.
No, people were commenting like, but what if I can't read? And I just was like, okay, I know you're being funny, but yeah, that's fair. I know some of you don't like to read to learn things, and maybe video would be a better format for you. Because I'm that way. I don't. It depends on the I guess the medium. Like I like to read physical books. Reading on screens has never been like a long lasting way for me to learn. Video on screens works better for me. Reading on books is a lot better for me than than like a Kindle or digital articles and stuff.
Does look like a wedge forming, and I'm still a bear. I'm still a bear. Even if we rally to that prior day low, if we get up to 24,565, I am shorting this. Or for the ES, my level is coincidentally 6666. It's a scary number if we sell from it.
Adam, as much as I would love to do that, I mean, I could probably convert the written format to another language. I don't know how good it's going to be, but I could probably do that, encode it to at least probably Spanish and maybe another language or two. But I tried the whole AI voice thing, and that is the pace, like a pacing issue, and it would take way more time than me recording it myself. But yeah, maybe we could flip a new language in the written language. I can't tell if people are trolling me now, just FYI. No, Adam, that makes sense. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Need to get below 24,420s again. Really just stay below that level, guys. If we start losing 24,420 here today and get closes below it, I think you're going to want to continue literally shorting this market for quite some time. We would need a daily close back above 24,420 if we lose that here today for me to get, bullish on the higher time frame.
Yeah, I mean, a weekly close below this range would be not great. Like us closing, honest to God, yeah, anywhere probably below 600s, I would be a little concerned. But this has been I feel like a 6-month rounding pattern at the all-time high before we are finally actually possibly getting a move lower.
Really think we could pick up speed after lunch. Might not do much during the middle of the day time frame, and then I think 1:30, 2 o'clock rolls around, get moving.
Nick, why are you so easy to rage bait? I don't think I'm easy to rage bait. I think I play into the bit with the chat. That's a difference. My one hope is not that we just keep bouncing between like 460 and 550s. That would suck. But I really would assume if we get a build above, yeah, like honestly, the 560 area, I would say sellers might be a little cooked. And we probably rotate back to Jack 700s.
The blue boxes are FVGs. Yeah, so are the reds.
How do I see delta if I don't use a footprint on the DOM? Well, I have a delta profile on my DOM, as well as I can watch the pulling and stacking, and I can see time and sales, and I see a larger delta by price next to my DOM on my execution chart. So for me, that's more than enough to kind of gauge this, because I don't gauge every trade off like what I'm seeing in real time. I do look at even just a longer time frame structure, and it could be 5 minutes. It's just a slightly bigger build than what I'm seeing in the next 3 seconds on the DOM. Helps me make a better decision. Like, I'm still basing reactions off specific spots and levels that I'm watching, and that could be a level like that I've already seen established on this leg to leg, like right up here towards 520s, 530s, like these areas. Like I see the large seller that came in here at 529s. So if we got back to that spot, my logic would be, is he still there? Is that individual or those orders coming back in? Is it still looking for more? Stuff like that.
All right, see if we can get up to that prior day low.
What's prior day low on ES? I should probably know this.
66.54 half is what I got.
Yeah, okay. So it's still got a ways. And sellers are defending on ES currently at 44s.
Do you have in mind? Yeah, if we get up towards prior day low, on my 2 levels above us, I want to go short. I think we need to shake out this consolidation. 24,565 at that prior day low, and then on the other level I have is 24,607s. And that's kind of what I'm just waiting on right now. I'm being very selective. I think this is a market that, when we do hit levels, we're going to trend from them. Obviously, today so far has just been some back and forth, but, we've only been open an hour and a half. And the trend was from overnight. So I'm just waiting for a very selective level that I'm looking for new lows from. And that may not trade until later today. But yeah, 24,565 and 24,607. I could trade this, but like I said before, because I came in, with such a large position, or like a large point, not that it's a big position, I'm not really interested in range trading. I'm only interested in positions that I think I can swing, and those levels have yet to trade.
Yeah, this does look like it's turning into a little wedge here. Someone asked me like what I saw was that big seller the reason I was looking for a short. Yes and no. I think even coming in at 8 a.m., I was talking about the week open and potentially watching slightly higher than that up to the 540s as a spot that I could see us potentially reoffering at if sellers were actually serious, because the overnight VWAP slope was going to be kind of meeting us around there too. And you just kind of gauge your reaction. That's a lot of what I base my trading off of, and even order flow. It's just like I have spots that I'm kind of eyeballing, and then I just let the tape tell me what's happening when we get there. And I could be completely wrong in my like gut read of what I think might happen at that spot. Like we could have blown through 560s, but at least it's an area that I'm watching for potentially getting an entry one way or the other. I know if we get above that, then the tape that I was looking for, or the setup that I was eyeballing, is potentially has completely changed now because the tape is different. But yeah, that's really how you need to kind of use it. Is just logically think of spots that make sense to potentially that you even want to interact with, that you can define risk at, and then you wait for some aspect of the auction to tell you a story. But we reoffered from there, not once, not twice, but three times for decent opportunities to get short. And so far the trend is down. And on the week structure, the trend is down. And on the monthly, the trend is down. So it looks like sellers are in control. Granted, the more we keep knocking at this and failing means I think we are eventually due for some aspect of a violent short covering push back up to the top of this range if sellers do not find a way to make some violent new lows out of the bottom of that range. But like Jack said, if we continue to hold above 420s, it makes me think sellers are eventually going to cook themselves here.
Yeah. So 24,560 is basically the prior day's low, but if you guys could full screen me back there, and then I'll show you guys. Sometimes, if I mention a level or if Nick mentions a level, one of the easiest things you guys could do to kind of see the visibility of that level is just put it on your chart. So I have my cursor on this chart, and with that, you get a horizontal line across the screen. But if you understand the way I trade with the way I use first targets, all I'm anticipating and all I'm really trying to do when I get an entry is get an ATR move my direction before it goes against me. So that allows me to pick support and resistance levels. So this is how I break it down. The market has a 50-50% chance at any random moment to go either direction as long as you're looking at equidistance. So, and if a monkey were to throw out a dartboard, theoretically, if the market randomness theory, the market has a 50% chance of moving up 50 points and a 50% chance of moving down 50 points in a random market theory. So with that being said, if I'm using stops and targets that are the equidistant, and then I can find a support or resistance level that I see buyers or sellers on, like in this case, I am looking at the prior day's low. And then if you just drag that line across your screen, you can see there's been a battle there. It was support. We broke below it. It was resistance. It was support. We broke below it. It was resistance. So I'm looking for spots that the market is going to at least move one ATR my direction before moving against me. From there, I do management on the trade, take a third of the position off, move my stop to break even, and reduce the risk on the trade. And then maybe it goes for 300 points like it did overnight. So, anytime you're looking at a support or resistance level that you feel like you could trust with the limit, just look back on the chart, look left on the chart. That's technical analysis 101. Was it previously a level of interest where there was a battle over? And in this case, I believe that level is, and it's the prior day low. Rant over. And we're going nowhere still. So with that being said, we got a couple of great hosts joining us. So before they join us, Stowe and Salma, make sure you like and subscribe before they join, because we're at 445 and I want that number over 500 in the next 3 minutes. So for my rant.
Hello,
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good morning.
How we
Front
doing?
running likes.
Just not taking trades for me.
Nick,
You
cracked me
haven't
up
taken
so
a single
bad.
trade?
That was no, Salma. I don't know how much you've been watching today's stream. I've tried to take trades today.
Yeah.
The market has.
I've
just
been in
like,
and out.
Nah.
I've been in and out of this stream.
No fills for you, sir.
Nope.
It honestly might not be the worst thing in the world though, because this has been super choppy. Like
They would have worked. So, but fair. Yeah, I haven't taken any pain. Could have been pain.
Choppy,
No.
too boppy.
Nick, they're giving you a 8th chance at 520. Do you want it?
I don't know if I want it now because it looks like we are just gonna wedge and consolidate. But when we do break it, then maybe there's a trade.
I got a lot to say about today. I feel this is one of those days I'm very familiar with, and I'm stoked. on my day today. Salma, did you take anything good?
Yeah, I mean, I shorted, I longed. I'm in longs again. Honestly, today seems like it's going to be choppy. You need to scalp your way through. And so basically, I'm just going to be sized really small and I'm going to be having wide stops because this just seems like it's been it's a wide range intraday, but it's still choppy. Like, the moves have been big, the candles look really small. And so yeah, I don't really want to put too much risk on, and I'm okay with having these wider stops today.
Word.
Yeah.
Word up. Word.
Word. And Jack, you just swung a nice short and you've been chilling?
Yeah, just short from basically top tick overnight. Took 2 targets while I was asleep, woke up and got covered down at my best cover was 24,380s. And then as we started moving back higher, I just removed the rest. I am wanting to short 24,565. I'm looking for a pop to flop kind of situation. I do think we resolve higher and then basically reverse. I don't think there's enough eager buyers to chase another leg up here. You can see we're kind of in agreement in price as the consolidation has lengthened here. Basically, we've been doing it for an hour. So if we move higher, I'm thinking there's not going to be a second wave to push up, and we're going to just revert back into this wedge that we're building. I don't think it's going to be a wedge breakout and rally all day. So I'm patiently waiting for a new high here to short into and then take it from there.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, this day, I've already made the narrative for both sides of this day. So I don't know. So I look at previous day low from RTH, and I've got 66.74 before that gap gets filled, and then 640 on NQ. So we are still way gap down, but this bid has just felt like a beach ball all day.
Yeah.
And it's doing the beach ball thing. I don't know what it's up to now. It's doing rollover stuff. We got 1,000 lot guy partying on the ES, so I don't know if it's just gonna relax and do its rollover business now while me and Selma have to bullshit for an hour, probably. But I don't know.
I'm looking forward to it regardless.
Me too.
Yeah, I like 74s in the ES as well. I have a level there from separately. That's what I refer to as my lower mid, which is I have 66, 73, but those are right next to each other. If we get up there, I'd probably be a seller in the ES at that point too.
I like being a seller today too.
I tell you what though, if we get below that 24,000, if we get below 24,420s, I think longs are off the table. That's the last hope here.
I agree. It's 420 guys world, and we're just living in it. Honestly, it's the same story every time.
Absolutely.
Have you guys had a wait before you leave? Have you guys had a green Thursday since you two have started streaming together?
Don't answer questions. Don't ask questions you don't want an answer to, Salma, because I don't even know, and I don't want to.
I think every single time it's been the one day of the week that we actually dump.
No, we definitely dumped on Thursdays. I mean, if Nick or I on, which I'm off next week because I'm gone with you, so we may have an up day.
Yeah, maybe.
But if I was here, it would be a down day.
I will not be slandered. I will not have my name responsible for any sort of negative days in the market. But yeah, it's
hey, I like red days. I don't mind them. I mean, as long as we can get an entry, right?
Hey, as long as I'm in them, I don't care. I don't care what direction we go, as long as I'm with it.
It's very possible we are responsible for the demise of the equities.
This whole time, it was
Jack
our
and Nick,
fault.
you guys can blame them.
Nick, do you want to short this 520 again real quick?
It's
easy.
No. I'm gonna go outside for a little bit.
Touch grass.
I'm gonna touch some grass.
All
I'm
right.
going to watch some college basketball and probably vibe codes and things this afternoon.
Nice. All right.
All
Thanks,
right, you
homies.
guys have fun.
Take care, guys.
Peace.
Later.
Ciao.
Salma.
What's up, Stowe?
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you?
How you living
How are you?
today?
Alive.
Good.
Awake, alive, and alert. Can't ask for anything more.
Yep. Exactly. How you doing, chat? Yin's okay? Everybody good? Good morning, nerd man. Hey, drunk radish, what's up, homie?
So Stowe, you'll like this.
Okay.
Couple people in my chat kind of bullied me to put VWAP back on my chart. So
Oh, all right. Well, welcome back.
yeah, I mean I've used VWAP in the past. I just felt like, I've been doing pretty good with just my 9 EMA, but I guess it doesn't hurt to have as like targets, you know,
Mm.
somewhere to place like TP or stop loss or something
How do you use it?
like that.
Oh, okay. Like, what do you
So
look?
yeah, go ahead.
No,
Sorry, go.
yeah. Talk to me about your VWAP strategy because it's all I look at. So I'm always
I know
curious.
you order flow guys. That's you guys use VWAP a lot. I mean like right now, like I'm in this long, right?
Mm.
And I have my TP. So the yellow line on my screen is my VWAP. And I have TP basically at the VWAP. So like that's how I'll play it. I'll use it the same way I kind of use my 9 EMA, where like it'll either be something I take entries off of or something I take partials or stop loss. There you go. Bing
This
bong.
bit, this bid is
Bing
pissed.
bong. He should have longed it. Oh no, wait, you wanted Nick to short it. Good thing he walked away.
I was just messing with Nick, number one, because I watched Nick miss a fill like 8 times while I was waiting in the
That's hilarious.
in the backstage thing, and his face was just crushing me. I was dying. Yeah, no, this isn't
Poor Nick.
yeah, this isn't a short. I mean, it hasn't been all day. The bid has been relentless.
Yeah.
And I've been through these days a bunch of times. It's really annoying when you get all bared up and you see the market open at the lows. But I have been on the wrong side of this enough times to just get long. And I was probably 50% long, 50% short today.
I did both. Yeah, I was able to get in on a short and I was able to get in on some longs. It seems like the reason why we've just been choppy, I mean, just looking at like the four indexes, YM seems to have been the one that was kind of holding us back a little bit. And now the Russell is really leading here. Russell's pushing.
I want to push back on the choppy narrative. I've heard that said a bunch of times. I think you guys are just looking at the wrong candles because this isn't like this is. So I'll show
I
you
mean,
also this.
if you're a scalper, this is great. But if you're someone
Yeah.
who like, you want, like on ES, for example, if you wanted to catch like a 30-point move, that's a lot. Whatever. Let's just go with 30. Like you're not getting that right away unless you're going to be holding through all of this, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean by choppy. It's
Okay.
definitely tradable though. It was a good range, intraday range.
Next thing I'll throw at you now that you got the VWAP itself on there. So I'll get you into the bands next. That's the next.
That's something I never used. Every time I would I've had VWAP on my chart plenty of years, right? It just seems like one of those things when you first get into trading, it's like you have to, you have to use it type of thing. Did we just lose Stowe? Okay, cool. So chat, like for me, I always would just by default have the bands turned off. I don't really know why. And anytime I've ever used like standard deviations, I would just manually draw them the same way as fibs. At least he's smiling. Yeah, well now he got business ducked. I don't know what happened there. He's probably got some bad Wi-Fi. But yeah. Talk to me, chat. While Stowe's away, you guys can say anything you want about him. He'll never know. That was a good exit though on those longs for me. Just simply didn't want to hold for new highs. We had previous day low up top there. It was a good spot to just TP, a little bit more conservative TP there. Damn guys, this is the Salma show now. How are you feeling about MNQ? I mean, I really liked, hold on, let me look at the hourly. If you guys are looking at NQ on the hourly, I'll pull it up here. 1 second. If you're looking at NQ on the hourly, let's just take off all these indicators and stuff. This is the candle that I looked at that was kind of the reason why I didn't like shorts anymore and I wanted longs. This right here is just like, you guys know, I love the long wicks. And for me, the long wicks show continuation in either direction, whether it be for a drop or a pop. What is TP? TP means take profit. You can also use PT as like profit target, whatever. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Can't believe Stowe just ditched me, guys. Unfortunate. Yeah, Mark, I'm not sure how him or any of the order flow guys know. Like, I don't know how they use the bands. I'd be interested to hear that when he comes back. What's up, Jim? But for me, like I've always just auto default whenever I've had VWAP on my chart, I would just like toggle it off. It seemed like it would be like a lot to look at, right? I mean, if you guys know anything about me, I love a clean chart. Seems like the white van got Stowe, guys. But yeah, I love a clean chart. So for me, like the less indicators, the better. And so I would always just turn the bands off. And then the only time I've ever used standard deviation, it would be on like an opening range. So let's say you like to look at like the 5-minute opening range or the 30 or whatever you like to use. If you draw your fibs, you use your fib tool, that's like the only way I would ever use and look at standard deviations. That's it. That was it for me. And don't forget how important VWAP is. Yeah, that's swoosh. That's what I've been talking about here. Guys, white van got Stowe. He'll be okay though. He'll be back eventually. Anyway, let's look back at ES here. Turn back my indicators. See if sellers step in here, guys. You got that VWAP rejection, previous day low rejection once again. See what happens here. And then you have this like really large wick. These moves have been so big that the candles look small. Hi Salma, do you have a YouTube channel? I mean, technically I do. I do have a YouTube channel. I just don't ever use it. I'll send a message in the chat from my YouTube channel. You guys can feel free to subscribe if you'd like. Maybe one day I'll start streaming. Who knows? Who knows? All right, I've got word that Stowe might be back, guys, but he said he'll only be back if you guys pump up the likes. Can't have Nick and Jack take credit for the like count this morning. Don't tell Stowe that I said he's my favorite trader on the NinjaTrader show. Wow, Adam, what am I, chopped liver? Don't answer that. Hello, hello. All right, chat. Are we short, long, or you guys cash? What are we doing here? I'm gonna probably sit tight, wait for another setup. I don't know if I'll long this again, to be honest with you. I don't really see a good long setup here. Salma playbook when I take XY's playbook and turn it into beginner friendly information. I'd like to see you and Jim do a trading session together. Dude, I told Jim to get on. I would love to trade with Jim. He's cool as hell. Anyway. Chat, I think the VWAP might stay. It might stay on the chart just as a reference for those take profit targets and stop losses. We have Trump speaking shortly. All right, good to know. Good to know. Great. So I guess we'll be headline driven once again. Jim, I only tell the truth. I'm not here to just compliment. I guess since for me it seems like the Russell is the one leading this morning. I want to see what we do at this 2500 psych level on. Did I say ES or Russell? Whatever. The Russell is leading. I want to see the Russell. What do we do at this 2500 level here? And then go from there. If you guys remember yesterday, this was a tough level to get through on the downside. So a retest of that, we see if, sellers step in again or if we finally get back. Oh, he's here.
Sorry, Selma. My bad.
Don't do that again, dude.
I did. Look.
Don't do that again. Don't you dare leave me.
These power outages, man, have been crazy the last couple days where I'm at. We got like a insane windstorm that knocked down like a million things. There was like 200,000 people without power. It was crazy. So
bro, that was me. That was me in December. So I understand the struggle. I get it.
It was because I was about to tell you about VWAP bans, and the white van doesn't want you to know about that. That's what's
bro.
that's
MMs want it. They don't want you to give out the secret sauce. It's messed up.
Did I miss anything? These markets move?
Not really.
All right, cool.
I mean, we popped above VWAP, and the heck. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my charts. But we popped above VWAP on ES, came back to previous day low, and now we've kind of stalled here at the highs. So we'll see what what we do.
Word.
We still have a gap to fill, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, we got another 10 points or so from here on ES to gap fill. We'll see if they do that today or not. I'm gonna mark that actually.
What's your gap? Everybody's got a different gap
I
thing.
know.
What's your thing?
It's like I don't know. I never knew it was such a big deal. I mean, I don't know. I just kind of do wick to wick.
Okay.
And so I'm just taking, the last candle that I see on RTH. I'm taking the bottom of that wick and I'm marking it out. So I have 63. Well, that would be like my gap fill, but I know people who do like open to close or whatever.
Okay.
Here we go again. Gap talk. Yeah, I guess it's one of those controversial conversations.
Listen, chat. We got to figure it out. This is important. It's important stuff. All right. I got to get the chat back so I can see if they're yelling at us too.
No, I think chat is okay. They'll be fine.
All right. Pop out the
chat. Was concerned for you though.
I'm okay, everybody. Thank you. I appreciate the concern. You Yins are great folks, and I really appreciate it.
I think starting next week, I'll just be on the continuous chart. What do you do, Stowe?
For what? For
like
roll?
Yeah.
No, you do not. You do not want to be on the continuous. Or wait, are you talking about Are you talking about back adjusting or not back adjusting?
No, not back adjusting. No, I just I would want it for those monthly lows and highs that I can't go back far enough on the new contract, obviously. So that's really why I would want it. Just be able to mark those levels and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I don't I honestly don't run into this very much because I don't look at anything that is really older than 6 days.
Yeah.
I use previous balance areas based on where old VWAP bands used to be. That's kind of what I look at more than anything. I don't really look at a candle shape like ever for any reason. So this isn't that important to me, but I do like to see, it is important to me to be on the contract that I'm on and to see that contract gap exist. So Leo has done a much better write-up about this from a much smarter point of view. So everyone can go read that. But to back adjust or not back adjust is yet another heated topic.
Pharm has written a tweet about that as well. And he was, like when you back adjust, you're basically looking at price. Like we've never been there, right? So it's like you're looking at something that's never happened before.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't back adjust, but it would just help with just having those levels on my chart.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I don't even use TradingView anymore. Now that the NinjaTrader mobile app is
Yeah.
good is good. I just use that thing for like if I need to check price. I didn't even know you could trade on TradingView until relatively recently. All right, charts back. Woo!
There we go.
Okay,
Guys,
cool.
W in the chat. W in the chat for Stowe. Dude, that felt like forever. You were gone for forever. Time had stopped.
It was so I had set up my laptop on my cell phone hotspot and was ready. I had switched everything over, and as soon as I did that and I was about to click the login button, the power came back on. So I was like, all right, back to this then.
Yeah, at least it was quick. Gene, I'm never nervous. Cool, calm, collected on the surface, at least. You would never know.
That's true. All right, I got my jams back. Okay.
You can't see me shake my leg. I'm joking. Like, you're nervous, just shake your leg. Oh, God.
Yeah,
All
this
right,
is
well,
doing balance area stuff again, huh? Okay.
yeah, there's the reject of previous day low. Just, I mean, this is an ugly candle here. Extremely ugly. We're coming up on the 30-minute candle should be closing soon. So look to see what that looks like. 9 minutes is a long time.
I would like these lows to get run. I just don't know when it,
YM just is not helping out here.
yeah. Is that what's going on?
It's weak. Relatively weak.
A lot of conflicting stuff going on. This is like a trend day setup to a T in ES. If we're just isolated down into the day itself and looking at no other input but 2 days price action from RTH, this is my exact trend day setup. Initial chop, and then we break into this is where I'll get you into the bands. So I use the slope of the bands and the location of price within those bands to determine like these micro range trend environments. So in here, I was able to take this. Actually, I'm really proud of this. I'm going to talk about this whole. You mind if I talk about this whole sequence?
No, go for it. I'm just watching
right.
price drop here. 20 points on ES, like nothing.
Okay, cool.
Go do it.
So I didn't get into anything, which is nice. I'm suspect of days that sell off like this. This has just been grindy selling price action. And there was a buyer pre-market here at 25, and then we were also there was also a bunch of activity, like 420 guy. I don't know why he exists, but he does. So there was a bunch of buying floating around. I didn't get in until I saw price break to a level. And once we got into this upper band, I'm trying to fill this gap. And gaps for me are RTH. So that gap is still up here at 66.73. And so I yeet into this thing. I grab 5 points and then I get 15 on the second one right before we get to view up. And I'm just like, okay. I get back in here. I'll zoom in. I get back in here and I'm coming up against Orange Folder News. It's just houses, right? But I don't know. Orange Folder on a roll day when the book is this thin. Like, all right. So I scaled down to just one. So I grabbed just 1 point on one, and then I took the full scalp on the second one. Then I start to get short where I wanted to get short, which was up here at 55. I have this 53 spot, which is part of my new indicator thing that I made. So I see it start to reject up there. I'm getting short. I'm taking off. And this time, 10 to 10:15 Eastern, this was the beach ball. This was holding a beach ball underwater, trying to stay short. This sucked. Nothing about it was fun.
Trying to hold a beach ball underwater.
Yeah, that's how the bid feels when you're like.
That's a great analogy, to be honest. Like,
It's
that's
not
great.
it's not mine. I promise. I stole that. Chat can confirm who actually said that.
Should have just claimed it as yours. No one would have ever known.
They'll know. Chat would know. Yeah. So I mean, I scalped. I mean, this was pretty good. These were like 5-pointers, 4-pointers, 4-pointers, 5-pointers. Stopped in profit on the last one just because I was like, this sucks. This beach ball is gonna either explode or not. Finally got a little bit of a exhaustive node up here. Waited. I bought this because this is my trend day setup. It's stay in the upper band, pull back to VWAP, bounce. So I grabbed this, took one off, added, and then this was essentially me hitting the reverse button. The bid completely vanished from the book right here. So I took a stop and immediately got short, and then took my 4-point target, and then my ultimate target is this -1 band here, which is where we bounced from. So inside of the concept of what this day knows and feels like to me usually, which is hang out in the upper band for a while, retrace to the lower band, bounce. This is also the OR mid here, this green line. That thing also works on ES quite well. All that. And from here, I was just like, well, I've reversed 3 times, 4 times. I'm a little too cooked to try to get into another trade here. So, and plus I made a ton of points. So that was my morning, but I feel good about it. So
sounds like it was a better morning than Nick's.
Poor Nick.
Poor Nick.
Poor Nick's
honestly,
always,
poor Nick.
He's always talking when he's trying to get those fills. Happens to me all the time.
He's still here too. Sorry, Nick.
I mean, now we have a poor high and a poor low. These both are pretty gross. NQ's low is
It's an
worse.
ugly morning, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
A very ugly morning. I don't know. The Russell's looking rough here. So if I'm gonna short, I probably would short the Russell just because it's got the best structure, honestly, out of the other three. We shall see though. Like everything else looks like crap.
Yeah.
You got YM just, I don't know what the hell YM is doing. And then, NQES kind of we're trying. Still looking like piano keys. You got this chop. But the Russell kind of, cleared out highs. Probably the best, honestly. Like, yeah, I would look to see how this 30-minute candle closes in the next 2 minutes. See if there's some sort of retest of, this 2490 level, and then potentially take shorts, but definitely will be risky.
Yeah. It's ES is in the middle of it's just doing its middle of nowhere shit. And yeah, I mean, we can't get back into the opening range on NQ. So if these are still just gonna party up here like this, I don't know. The bid is still doing beach ball stuff. It's just like it gets down there and then is exhausted, and then everybody pulls off in front of it. But I think that's why shorting is hard, because you see people take profit in front of levels, especially psychological levels, a lot more often than you do. I don't know. That's all anecdotal, but it feels like that to me, where we'll get so close to a pretty obvious short target, and then you'll just start to see market orders pop off. And I don't see that as much on the long side, which I probably pay more attention to. If anything, I see bids start to stack in to run through more aggressively those more obvious targets. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it would definitely be risky. Someone in the chat said, why would you be shorting the strongest one? And so like, I wouldn't like I said before, the other three really don't look too good, in my opinion, to be taking a trade on. And if you have three out of the four being weak and not really helping the Russell out, then I think eventually the Russell will lose its steam and also come down. And so when it does do that, I think its move would be much cleaner than the others. That's just what I'm seeing right now. Could be wrong. It could be that the Russell is the one that carries everyone else on its back and pushes us higher, but it's worth a shot.
Yeah, there's like some boat analogy about that. It's like like a market balancing, like the market is a boat, and if everybody gets to one side of the boat, like if everybody
Yeah,
gets
the boat's gonna
stuck in the
tip
Dow,
over.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if everybody's running to the Russell, they'll eventually run out of it. I personally, I don't trade that thing. I also don't trade the Dow anymore.
Yeah.
It-
I mean,
it's so
honestly, the
freaking big.
YM looks the worst. Really. I don't know. Let's see. I mean, I did set a limit. It's a little bit, it's 5 points from here. See if the Russell gives us a bounce for a retest and then hopefully shits the bed. So that's what I'm seeing for right now.
Yeah. Coin flip city. These lows suck. But this is productive. So this is like, I imagine Chris would draw a little wedge here. And then this broke out, but then that wedge came back in and failed. I don't know. Yeah, we're just stuck here. I need somebody to make a decision, and they're probably not going to do it until London closes. Maybe even not then.
Yeah. Anyway, while the market decides what it wants to do, how are you, Stowe?
Oh, good. I'm great. I went swimming this morning at like 5:30. It was awesome.
What's up with you and Nick waking up so early to work out?
It just happens when you're old.
I mean,
like-
shit, I wish I had that kind of energy. Honestly, like the past month, my sleep schedule has been
No,
screwed up. So
it's not energy. It's the older you get, the more impending your death becomes, and so you start to wake up in total fear of your own mortality every morning, a little earlier and earlier. I think that might just be me.
If that fear, if that fear is getting you, off your butt and it's kind of lighting a fire under you, telling you get going, do something productive, then it's good.
Yeah, it was cool. Also, it's still cold, so it's not properly cold brew season, but I do this protein cold brew that is it's my favorite thing to do. So I'm very excited. I'm rocking my protein cold brew again.
What brand?
I just make it myself. I have a bougie coffee maker. And it does like its own cold brew thing. It takes like 8 hours and just like slow drips it into something. I don't quite know how it works, but it's the best cold brew I've ever had. It's bougie. Yeah, it's a couple hundred clams. It's a couple points.
Dude, I think I'd save so much money if I actually invested in one of those.
Yeah, I don't buy. That was my thing. Is I'm like, I love cold brew, and this is costing me so much money, and I got to drive to Starbucks, and this sucks.
Yeah.
And then I put protein powder in it with almond milk, and it is a great way to get that protein in because I pound coffee all day anyway. So
cool.
Yeah.
Savannah says it's called pre-workout.
It's not. I don't do pre-workout. The only pre-workout I do is a yellow American Spirit and coffee. That's my pre-workout. Cran lines. I wish I had a affiliate code for Fellow. So the coffee maker is from a company called Fellow, and it's called an Aiden, AIDEN. And it's maybe the best thing I've ever purchased in my life that I use like every day. I could not.
Like, how much are we talking about though? Because I mean, in the long term, it could be very well worth it.
It's 75 $100.
Oh, what the hell?
No, it's not. I'm
What?
just kidding.
Oh my God, dude. I'm like, what? Are you running a freaking coffee shop? Dude. Guys, you see how easy it is to believe somebody? Bro, he had me fooled. Oh my goodness.
That's funny. No, I think it's like $350, $400, something like that.
Oh my
But
God. Okay, good.
the thing that the
Bro.
technology that it's supposed to be, the thing that it does is that it creates pour over coffee, but with a like drip coffee maker kind of setup, so you don't have to do all the pour over madness. Like it does the bloom, it does all this stuff, and it also does like an actual cold brew, slow, steep process, but it's in like a convenient thing. I don't know.
Dude, oh my God. I was so worried about your 7,500. I freaking don't even care that the market is dropping.
That's why I can't.
Brother.
That's why I can't get a new car. Because I spent $7,500 on this coffee maker. I still got to drive that 2010 Prius.
Bro, you better take that car, drive it till the wheels fall off, literally.
That's the plan. Yeah. No,
Does
I'm
it
really.
clean itself and all the appliances around it? Yeah, with $7,500, you think that thing is like, it's not just making you coffee, it's doing a whole lot more.
It does clean itself. It does do that. I mean, the thing's incredible. It's yeah. If I had a promo code, I would be sending it.
It sounds like you're an affiliate.
I wish. I would get Element. I would get Viore, and I would get that fellow promo code going.
Vesuvio.
It would be good. Vesuvio, yeah.
Vesuvio. So we don't care about the charts, just coffee. Dude, I really wanted a retest to enter. I thought if I entered as soon as that 30-minute candle closed, I thought I'd be front running. Apparently not. This is what happens when I try to be disciplined, set a limit, be patient, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And then the one time you don't do that is like the one time you should have been patient. And now it's about to run to my what would have been TP. Yeah, no, Chris, I didn't take the trade, so don't say nice trade. I never failed. In theory, I had the right idea, just too high of a limit. That's unfortunate. No, it's getting canceled, guys, but I hope someone did take shorts. These long wicks, I'm telling you guys, these are the setups you want to take. The Thursday NT Live lineup is A+. Thank you, Richie.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Richie Rich. Just happens to be the same day I do a double. What are you trying to say, Richie Rich?
Richie Rich, you're climbing to the top of Selma's commenter list right now.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Richie Rich, I better see you every Thursday in the chat. I'll be looking for you. I'll be looking for you. Okay, well, that's...
See if they can puke this. They're really trying.
They're gonna. I mean, I don't see how they don't. And you have Crude trying to push here a little bit as well.
God, I hate that thing. I despise that oil is correlated to NQ right now. It drives me totally bananas. Yeah, man. 2022 was terrible. And this is I have a non-flashback every time that somebody brings up that Crude is doing this and NQ is doing the opposite. I'm just like, ah.
I hate divergence. But guys, this is why it's so important. If you take anything from me being on these lives, have multiple charts up at once. Look at all the indexes, see what they're doing. I just started looking at Crude because a lot of people in the chat give me shit. So yeah, I've been watching that as like the inverse.
You're getting bullied a lot, man. We gotta figure this out.
But it's cool. It's cool because I learned stuff from you guys, so it's awesome. Alpha, if you're on your phone, I mean, I don't know how many people here are like me and you guys are stuck using TradingView because you can't use Ninja, but I shared a watch list where you can just flip through it real quick. If you're on your phone and you're a phone trader, you can just look through that watch list real quick, check to see it, make it a habit that like whatever, every 30 minutes, for example, you check. You check to see what all the indexes are doing relative to each other. Because once you start doing that, then you're able to put the puzzle pieces together, start to see where's the discrepancy, where's the divergence. Thank you guys for all
Now,
the nice comments in the chat. Really appreciate
listen,
that.
you're not stuck. You've made a choice to be an Apple person.
Oh, I will
So-
never. I'm so sorry. I will never not be. I think I would be impaired if I wasn't on Mac. Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah.
I don't know. This just went down. I mean,
This sucks. Guys, that was a really great setup for shorts. I just thought we'd go higher first. But whatever. Whatever. Damon9414, thank you so much.
well, everybody's being nice.
Yeah, they are. They're the best. Honestly, I was talking to Shab yesterday and she was saying how we have the best chat in the industry. And there's a lot of toxicity in this industry of ours.
Yeah, a little bit.
There is. There is a little bit. I'm just so happy to be part of a network where, everyone wants to see everyone win. Chat is awesome. You guys show up and show out every single day. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We do have the best chat.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. This just bounced at the -1 on both of them, and I'm just like, are we just doing balance day stuff? Feels like it. Value area low is 420 and 66.28 on ES. So, and the bid showed back up.
Cooper said free merch for the chat. I agree. Well, I didn't say that, but I'm sure we can do some giveaways or something real soon. We'll make it happen, Captain.
This is the only trading group where I'm not constantly spammed with 1K to 10K membership fees and gate kept content. I mean, if you want me to start putting stuff behind the gate, I can. Follow me for super secret VWAP tips. I don't know.
Super duper secret VWAP tips.
Oh, see the secret squirrel.
That's funny. Larry, yeah, I'm on Mac, which is why you always see me using TradingView. But honestly, I don't think I can ever use anything other than Apple products.
That's fine. Once you get sorted with your
Yeah,
with
like
your
once you
charting
get used to
platform, you just
something,
like you don't want to start messing. I mean, doing the transfer is if you're not looking at order flow, you're fine. Just chill with what you got.
Yeah. I mean, I look at it. It's not the same as what you use. We're not gonna talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. I know what you're mapping over there. I'm aware.
Oh, it's too funny. Hey, Mark, I'm not the only one using TradingView, dude. I mean, I think
No,
we're
Kane
pretty
uses it.
split. Yeah, Kane, Chris. I think Chris.
Yep, Chris, and so does
Tanya.
Lumi.
Yeah, I think we're like split down the middle of like it's like the order flow guys and Jack. And then everyone else.
Yep.
If you
Merritt uses NT.
Oh, okay. Yeah, him too.
Yep.
If you stare at candles long enough, you can see the order flow within. That's funny.
Yeah, it's like a magic eye puzzle. You ever check one of those out, Salma? Is that before your time?
No, I don't think I know what you're talking about.
You don't know what a magic eye poster is? Oh man.
Like,
Okay,
wait. Can I look it up before I say I don't?
Yes,
Magic
you may.
eye. Hold on. Sometimes I just don't know the name of things.
Now there were two different things. They came in. You could buy a book, and there was a bunch of them, or at the mall they would have big kiosks, and you could buy the posters. You familiar with these?
I mean,
it's okay to say no.
No, like I've seen these.
Okay.
You're like supposed to see stuff when you look at it, right? Like
yeah. You hold them you hold them right up to your face, and then you kind of like it helps if you cross your eyes, and then you pull them back from your face, and then like a bunch of squiggly fractals turn into a dolphin or a sailboat or whatever. That's what you can do with candles. Eventually, you see the ghost in the machine back there.
Funny. I have not heard Salma say I'm dead today. Yeah, Trish, I'm trying to shy away from. I've been saying I'm dead a lot. I've been saying brother.
You have been saying brother a little bit. Big
I
Hulk Hogan
know.
fan? Is that the thing?
No, it's like a mix of I don't know. You do you know the SpongeBob episode where it's like, oh brother, this guy stinks. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I do not. We're not there. I'm not there yet with the kid. We're not
It's
in
like no, but
SpongeBob
it's like
territory.
it's a very famous GIF as well. It's like, oh brother, this guy stinks.
Okay.
It's like everyone's just staring at you. But yeah, I don't know. I need to shy away from. I keep saying them.
It's cool.
Oh.
In show business, that's just called a crutch. It happens. We all get them, and then we just
Yeah.
got it.
It's like your turkeys.
Yes, that's a great point. I have been saying turkey too much. I got to get off of that thing.
No, but your turkeys is good. I like it.
We had something on the Painting the Tape podcast.
This guy stinks.
Yes, this is.
Good job, production.
One more time.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Yeah, I need to work on my wind up of the oh brother. But yeah, that's precisely what's going on in my head every time I say that, guys.
We kept saying dive into it for some reason. That was our thing. It was very, very stupid. But
what does that even mean?
No, just like when we would do our podcast, we used to have a podcast. Well, it was first it was me.
I know it ended.
AJ and Leo, and then Nick and XY and Leo and I did season 2. But yeah, we would just say like, yeah, and today we're gonna dive in. We're gonna dive into this. Yeah, it was just relentless.
Not to cut you off, look at crude. What is happening? And why is the overall market not dumping more? What is going on?
See, it's not always correlated. What's it doing? Is it going?
You want to look at this? This is one massive candle. Holy. Okay, I'll just pull it up.
Let me log in. Oh yeah, you pull it up. That's easier for me.
Oh my God. Hold on. That is
all the time.
That is a massive.
Give me a price.
Dude, it's almost at 100. I mean, it tapped 100. Holy.
Let's see if it gets pushed down. Let's see if Besant's on the offer again up there.
Wow. What happened?
A missile hit Haifa refinery is what happened.
U.S. will not implement crude export ban. Okay. Wow. Yeah, some of that like Qatar headlines came out last night during Asia, and they said, "Oh, there's no casualties." Oh my God, I longed that so fast, guys. If someone was trading Asia last night, you know what I'm talking about. That was a nasty pop.
Well. Look at that. Somebody on the offer, keeping it under 100. Strange how that works.
I mean, it's also a psych level, right?
Yeah, it's something. Somebody's up there.
Yep. Previous day high, psych level. Someone on the offer.
Mm-hmm. Connors, I don't know what gold is correlated to or what it's up to.
I think gold has just been doing nothing because the dollar is strong. That's my understanding.
Yeah, man. I don't get into this stuff.
I know.
I don't have a single clue.
Just give me a chart. I don't need to know the nitty gritty of things. Just give me a chart.
Yeah, this is like I'm looking at a scoreboard every day, folks. That's it. It's an invisible game, and sometimes it takes money away from me, and sometimes it gives it to me, depending on if I'm doing the right thing or the wrong thing.
Well, sometimes you could do the right thing.
Well, it's getting wiggly now.
And lose.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, guys, I don't know what to make of this here where we have crude pushing so much and then we have a setup for shorts. Oh, I got you.
Or somebody give me the front mode for crude. So
I got you. Hold on.
Mobile.
Can you see that?
Yes. All right.
So like we have this insane candle here, and in theory, the way crude and the indexes have been moving relative to each other is obviously inverse, right? So we do have a very nice short setup here. It's just something's still holding us up. I mean, Trump is speaking. This can change very quickly. But yeah, I don't know what to make of this here. Personally,
Thanks,
I
Jim.
would not take a trade until he's done. What'd Jim say about May?
I just asked for the front month so I could log in.
Oh.
And maybe I shouldn't risk it. My internet's still being weird. God, I just hope my power stays on for another 11 minutes, Selma. That's all I want.
Dude, if you leave me again, no.
If I leave you
Nope.
with 11 minutes left, I ain't coming back, man. Just telling you. Just
No,
telling you straight
brother,
up right now.
do you know how long 11 minutes is?
You know, I used to do this hour by myself.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I think I could do it too. I think I could do it too if like chat was alive. Like if chat was alive and
Chat
we
will
could go
keep you
back and
alive.
forth.
Yeah. I mean, you're
Yeah.
going to have to come up with really goofy things to tell chat. Like you're going to have to start
Oh.
collecting random business ducks or
Still, I
some
could
other
yap
bits.
for days. Let me tell you. It's just a matter of is chat gonna yap with me because I could yap. Okay, well, while we let the market figure out what it wants to do here and while Trump continues to speak, for those who have missed it, I would like to talk about a competition that's coming up. It's going to be called the Micro Showdown.
Oh, nice. Yes, good call.
It'll be me, Lumi, and Tanya trading up against each other. We'll be live on stream for you guys that morning. It'll be on the 30th of this month. There is $5K up for grabs. Top 20 people will, of course, win some cash prizes. And yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I recommend everybody to sign up. You guys don't have much to lose, honestly. It's obviously free to join. You'll be on a simulated account. And it's micros. I mean, micros are so fun to trade. It's all I trade. Register. Take part in this. And I hope to see all of you guys on the 30th tuning into the live stream. And by the way, please go register via the link in my Twitter. Do not sign up with the link in the chat. Go sign up with the link on my Twitter. Guys, that's me on the left. That's me. What do you mean, who is that girl on the left? Excuse me. That's just my professional hotshot. Thank you very much. Yo, that's crazy. Who is that on the left? It's me from 2 years ago.
2 years?
Yeah, that was.
You didn't have to go get new headshots? I guess if you had headshots, you probably didn't need to go get headshots. I had to go get 2 sets.
No, this is my headshot from. I'm sorry. Holy crap! Did I say 2 years?
You did.
This is from 2022, guys.
Okay.
This is literally from 2022.
I get it. Sav,
4 years ago.
You're letting the new folks use headshots from 8 billion years ago, and I had to go twice to that weird guy in my weird neighborhood.
Well, listen, I didn't know. No one even told me I needed to go get headshots. I just had this, and I figure I share it. So I don't know.
Bunch of
how old
turkeys.
are you in that picture? It was May of 2022, so I was 21. Just turned 21 in that photo. Yep.
I used to have really long hair, Selma, and then so I got my headshots taken and immediately got a giant haircut.
So what the hell was the point of that, Stowe?
No, so that was my own fault.
That's crazy.
I'm sure Sam would bring that right up.
That is insane.
Leo still hasn't gone. Oh, here's Jim. Jim went to get his headshots. I know that to be true.
I did. I had a fashion shot. Yeah.
Jim, I need to know. You keep telling us you're not tanning. I don't believe you. Dude, every day you come in here and you look a little darker than the day before. What are you doing?
I think Kevin's applying some filters.
It's true. It's true. Kevin puts a filter on me if I'm too red because I get a little flush. He'll dial me down.
It hasn't been warm enough here. We've had some cold days.
You look dark.
Jim, can I give you a real compliment real fast? This beard is killing it, dude. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so
What do you
happy
I
mean?
it's
told him to
around.
grow it out.
Yeah,
Keep
it
it,
was
Jim.
great call.
All right. So now you have me worried. When people start complimenting me on something, it's
He's
like,
like, what do you guys want?
yeah, something's up here. But thank you. I appreciate the comments. There'll be a bearded gym in Miami. By the way, folks, there's still that list you could sign up for to come meet us. Come meet us, hang out with us, cities around the world. We've got 3 on the books for sure. We have Miami, we have Chicago, and we have London, and there's going to be a whole bunch more. So we're going to have a lot of the NinjaTrader Live folks are going to be rotating around through those meetups for the sole purpose of meeting you and hanging out and talking trading and getting to know you. So if you haven't already, don't forget to click on that link. It's somewhere in the chat to sign up, to get on the list, and then also if say, hey, come to me. Type in your city there so we know where everybody's located at. So I think we might even do one in Charleston. I don't know. Would be awesome. This would be my home. I'd have home court advantage,
Dude,
and
that would
we
be
would
sick.
have double fun if we went to Charleston. Just so you know.
Yep.
Whatever, I'm down. Let's do it.
I love Charleston. That's a great idea. There's a really good record store there too. Yeah.
Still, we'll go shopping.
Okay.
Yeah, there's good shopping down here too. Before I do this edge report here, I do want to. Is there an over under on the micro challenge with Salma versus Tanya and Lumi?
No, but we can get one going.
We got to get this on Kalshi.
I'm gonna do.
I gotta lock in because the last competition,
I believe in
I
you.
dilly dallied a lot. So
Wait, what did you say? Stowe believes in?
Yeah, I believe it. I'm taking Salma for this.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. Actually, no.
You don't have to just because she's here. I mean,
I better not. I love.
No, say
these
it.
3
Just
people
say it.
equally. Nope.
I don't think this has anything to do with favorites.
No, it depends on it's just gonna depend on the day because Lumi looks at a lot of markets, and so she might be able to put on. Yeah, she might be able to put on like a ton of trade. Are there market limitations in this thing?
Yeah. I mean, there's specific things that we can trade. Let me give you the exact.
All right.
No, I'm hanging up the show.
we're overthinking this thing.
Yes.
Here. I mean, Stowe's getting all scientific.
My
But
bad.
anyway, great job this morning, you guys. Let's give these guys a hand of applause. They did awesome.
Thank you.
There we have it. All right. So this afternoon, I'm going to see you, Selma. You'll be back this afternoon, right? Doing double duty?
Yeah. Yep. I'll be back.
Okay. That sounds good. Who are you with? Do you know off the top of your head?
I believe I'm with Leo and I am with Chris.
Yep. Leo, Chris, Selma. That is confirmed. Looking forward to seeing you this afternoon. Stowe, I don't think I'll see you until next week. So have a great weekend, man.
No, I'll see you tomorrow. Are you off tomorrow? What are you doing?
Oh, no, I'll see you tomorrow then. Yes.
All right, cool.
Wear your life preserver, though, when you're swimming.
I will.
All right, you guys. All right. We're all right. We're in overtime here. I'm going to do a really quick a peek at crude oil right now on the Edge Report. Thank you, too.
All right. Bye, guys. Bye,
Thanks,
chat.
guys.
All right, here we are. This is crude, and this is the big spike. This is a 10-minute candle, by the way. And I did post a edge full breakout statistic right before this happened, and it's a good play. Edgefull.com. There's only one L in Edgefull at the end, but it's a great place to get statistics on IB breakouts on any market, right? And I was doing the IB breakout on the US IB, right? The initial balance range, high to low, and we broke out spectacularly, right? Now this is, when I'm looking at the stats and I'm saying just about a 0% chance that we're not going to break out of the IB, and then you add the compression that we saw here in crude oil, relative compression, I'll say, in crude oil, really pre-market all the way until a couple candles ago. Then it's like, all right, well, there's a chance of a breakout here, especially in a news-driven market. So let's be on our toes. You got to be careful. But sure enough, we had a huge breakout to the upside here, and that edge full stat helped me identify it. And I didn't know if it was going to go up or down. You don't know if it's going to go up or down until it does. But once it did, it went spectacularly all the way up to call resistance. This is a MenthorQ level. It's $100. It's even. It's psychological level. We went all the way up there, and that was a really quick $3 plus move. Just have your stops in, folks, if you know when you're trading this. But really nice move. Made new highs. Temporarily took out previous sessions highs, and now we're kind of drifting right back down, right? So the market's shaking off this news right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get back down to the point of control, if not even lower than that. That's at 96.54. And my other tell on this whole thing right now is bonds, right? If this was like a problem, if this was a really problematic problem and crude oil is going to go to 101, 102, 103, you'd probably see bonds break a little bit. We didn't see that. We saw the opposite, actually. After it digested the news, we broke through that high vol level and we all got up to the pivot right now. We're trading on the highs on the 30-year Treasury bonds. So we'll see if the bottom is in long term on the bonds. I don't know if that's the case yet, but it's something to consider. So I just wanted to point that out on crude oil. Think about that edge full stat. I always have all of these on my other monitor. Keep an eye on that. They're really great levels. All right. Having said all that, folks, great morning. Great start to the morning. It's Thursday already. Tomorrow's Capital Preservation Friday, and yes, I will be here. Appreciate everybody being with us on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscription. Super grateful for that. It's very important to us. We're getting close to that 200,000, and we're going to have a celebration. And Deli's probably going to go crazy giving gifts away. I don't know, but we're looking forward to it. So thank you for subscribing to the channel. If you haven't done it already, consider doing it. It's free. It doesn't cost any money. All right. Having said all that, folks, I will see you this afternoon. And this is a regular start, 2 o'clock with Shai and me, and then the trade and close, folks. Having said all that, relax. Have a nice, relaxing lunch. See you in a couple hours.